Hello. Right. Good morning, everyone. We'll start with the session in about 2 minutes. Is everyone ready? Can everybody who's sitting at the back please shift to the front? Hello. Oh, I like this. Okay. Good morning, everyone. And I request our team members to please take a seat here. We are starting. We have a list of 8 startups that are pitching, 8 startups that work or are building AI solutions for healthcare. And we have a stellar jury here, uh, including members from BFI and a couple of external judges as well. I'll quickly introduce them. We have Dr. Yatish Agarwal, the Vice Chancellor of GS University. We have Mr. Girish Agarwal, who is a Senior Advisor for Finance at BFI, has years of experience working with several startups. We have Dr. Ramnath Dalala, who heads our public health and public health system at BFI. We have Dr. Sanjita Chaudhary, who is a Program Director for BFI's NAMA program. We have Dr. Pooja Agarwal, who is a Program Director for Biomedical Research and Innovation. And we have Mr. Manish from Exit Fund Ventures, who is bringing in the financial and investment angle to the jury. So I think we have a pretty wide spread of the kind of individuals in the jury. Even without planning it well, we've executed this, so I'm proud of BFI. And thank you to everyone for joining us. We'll start with the pitches. The way these will go is each individual gets 4 minutes to pitch, following which there will be a Q&A, 3 to 4 minute Q&A with the jury. So I request the presenters that they give very specific answers to the jury's questions. And with that, we'll start, and I'll let Shweta continue with the introductions to the startup.
So we'll start now, and as the first participant, we'll call Shail Khandekar from Spartus Tech, who has an AI-enabled diagnostic tool to detect osteoporosis.
Hi, I'm Shail. I'm the founder of Spartus, and we are building AI for osteoporosis detection through X-ray images. So, when we did a survey with about 40 orthopedic surgeons across into hospitals like AB Delhi, SMBI Foundation, we found that about 50% of the aging population has osteoporosis, and yet 80% of them remain undiagnosed. For the most part, the ones who do get diagnosed, the doctors generally ask them to get a DEXA scan, which has a 40% misclassification rate. So even when a doctor puts them for DEXA and gives them certain treatment, they still return with a fragility fracture. And these fragility fractures have a 33% mortality, 1-year mortality rate for men, and a 22% 1-year mortality rate for women. So we're trying to solve for this problem, and what we want to solve for is 2 parts of the problem, which is one is the significant underdiagnosis of the disease, and second is the misclassification. So we've built this software as a medical device which is accessible to an orthopedic surgeon through a web app, where the orthopedic surgeon is supposed to upload a bilateral X-ray scan to the web app, and the AI model generates a 3D visualization of the patient's bone, where the doctor can see cross-sections of the patient's bone to identify what is the variation of bone mineral density within, so that they can exactly identify what is the severity of the disease and what is the fracture risk for the patient. Currently, because DEXA misclassifies or takes an average bone mineral density number of a particular region, the variation that you can see here or in that image over there is completely missed by DEXA. So we don't really know if the patient has certain severely porotic regions within the bone that are being missed and not medicated for in the surgery. This is the insight that a surgeon would also need to take certain decisions that would lead to the surgery for the patient. So this is how the business model works, where since this is a software and medical device, the idea is that the doctor would add certain amount of money at the beginning of the month into the Spartus wallet. Every time a diagnosis happens, certain amount of money will get deducted. We're thinking about 400 rupees per diagnosis will get deducted from the orthopedic service side, and then they can invoice it to the patient directly. So ultimately the patient pays, but they can send a bill through the Spartus app to the patient so that they can pay to us. We're looking to raise funds as well. What I've mentioned over there is 4.5 crores over a course of 3 years is what we are thinking. So this would ideally happen in levels where the first level that we are looking for is somewhere around 60 lakhs, which will help us collect a larger data set. It will help us collect a larger data set, go ahead with the IP filing, and also help us do a small clinical study at a hospital that is interested in collaborating with us. This is the team. So me and the two AI engineers sort of ideate on the AI model and come up with new architectures to improve the accuracy. As of now, we are at a 75% accuracy with the AI model, but the accuracy is low because of a small data set that we were able to procure through open source domain. So we are looking for a larger data set. And these are the two clinical advisors that we have with practice at Biomedical Hospital in Pune. And Dr. Raj and Dr. Raghu help us with the business side of things and help us point to the right path. Thank you.
So I just have a question regarding how many samples that you actually looked through, and so far, it's rather than retrospective or prospective.
We've only done retrospective studies as of now. All of the data that we have has come from open source. So we've made a repository of around 2,000 X-ray CT tests. So X-ray of the same patient is CT of the same patient. We have calculated bone mineral density for all of them, and we've run a mineral density prediction on 100 patients as of now.
So you haven't followed the patient to understand what your diagnosis has to be.
No.
So that is the next plan for data.
So we actually have the ground truth calculated in the data set itself. So we know what predictions we are making versus what the ground truth is. So the 75% accuracy that I'm saying is the concordance between a quantitative CT, what the mineral density from a quantitative CT, versus what we are able to predict from an X-ray. So that particular model, which is calculating bone mineral density from X-ray, we only trained it on a 100 patient data set because that's all the PCT scans that are available in the open source. The X-ray to CT, which is a code GenAI model, which converts the bilateral X-ray into a 20 X-ray CT, which we trained that on a 2,000 patient CT test.
Being on the data only, so how much more data do you require to improve the accuracy of it, and how are you planning to solve it?
As of now, we are talking to a few radiology centers and a few hospitals, including in Delhi. So we are trying to explore if we can collaborate to collect a larger data. The ideal number for us is somewhere around 10,000 CT scans, which is okay if they are retrospective also, but somewhere around that number. 10 to 15,000 CT scans will take us to a 98-99% accuracy with the current core architecture. So we are not architecture.
Do you have any doctors on your team who will help you in terms of savings and distribution?
So we have Dr. Akshay Gupta and Vijay Mehta.
Those are like your advisors, but other than in your team, like do they all any equity or something?
Not yet, but we want to work something out with the doctors that we have currently. We will definitely want to do it.
Have you tried running any pilots in any of the hospitals?
So to run a pilot, we would need to get to a higher accuracy level. So the first step for us would be to collect a larger data set and then go for a pilot.
I have a heap of questions. What is your gold standard?
The gold standard is a quantitative CT, and the current standard of care is a DEXA scan.
You envisage the CT replacing the DEXA in estimation of bone density.
In the data set, yes.
No, but that's not doable. The radiation is not acceptable. random not there, is what it is.
Yes, so we won't need the patient to do a CT scan for bone density. We will only need them to do a bilateral X-ray scan to calculate bone density, which is the radiation that is equivalent to a DEXA scan.
Right?
But
We're talking of the CT. Okay, so how are you extrapolating that to the X-ray?
so the DNA model that I'm talking about, it takes a bilateral X-ray and it synthetically generates 128 slices in that particular section of the body. So if you upload a lumbar X-ray scan to the AI model, it will generate an abdominal 128 slice abdominal CT from that X-ray. So it will extrapolate that data, have a synthetic CT for you. And then we have another AI model that sits on top of the synthetically generated CT to calculate bone mineral density and show you the calcium variation visualization that I showed.
It's not a focal disease, let me tell you. Osteoporosis is a systemic global disease. So when you talk of focal disease, it doesn't fit in really. You look at the pathogenesis of the entire disease that you have to understand that. Then it's not a it where that you have focal disease. So that premise is falsely based.
From the survey, the conversations that we had with the
Totally mistaken. And also, as to surgery, surgery in osteoporosis is never done until you have a trauma or trauma induced by osteoporosis. Other than that, people try and supplement the bone density by various molecules. Calcium, vitamin D, protein, elements, but biophosphonates and so on. So, I do not see the role of surgery coming in, as you probably have been told from our bias there in the surgeon. Bone density is largely a realm of either a physiatrist or an orthopedic surgeon, primarily.
I'm just curious to whose problem is to solve?
it's the patient who has osteoporosis. Their problem actually.
Okay, so how many patients have been spoken to? Patient is facing a problem, but in this entire healthcare space, whose problem is being solved who go to ultimately pay for it?
So like I said, it is essentially the patient. So the current technical which is the standard of care, it misclassifies about 40% people. So doctors don't rely on the medication. They primarily rely on the consultation and the kind of answers that a patient gives to them for the medication. Ideally, they would want to rely on get a number for the calcium variation within the month, so that accordingly we can administer medication.
Right. So from what I was hearing, it looks like doctor's problem. However, the patient will end up paying for it. So that's an area where I would want to explore more. But for now, I think that's something I will pass on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Shail, for going first and taking the brunt of the jury's complete judgment. Thank you. We'll call on the next participant. I really request the jury and the participants to be concise in the questioning and the answering, because we do have to finish by 11:50 at the latest. Our next participant is Diya Karyapur from AI Health Hype, and their product is AI Tech. Good morning, everybody. I'm Diya Karyapur, and just so I begin, I'll give you a brief introduction about myself. I have computer science background, and I graduated last year, August.
early on, I was working on building a digital twin of the heart to predict cardiac abnormalities. And I got an opportunity to pitch this idea at UC Berkeley and also publish my research at IEEE. But through this journey, I realized that I really like and it really drives me to build something of real world impact. And I really want to build a product that can really meaningful impact in the lives of people. So that's when I joined AI Health Highway. I joined as an AI engineer in the founder's office. So AI Health Highway was founded in 2019. We are incubated at IISc, Indian Institute of Science, and our vision is to solve NCDs, non-communicable diseases. So we didn't want to build another product that could sit in the hospital. As you all know, a lot of bulky fancy equipment is already sitting in the hospital, but we want to build something for the rest of the world where there is no healthcare access. So usually healthcare is associated with hospitals, but we want to change that. We want to build something for the rural areas as well. So, so in this slide you can see that 50 to 60% of the population doesn't get to access healthcare services. So we decided to go back to the traditional approaches, go back to the fundamentals. If you look at this valvular disorders, the gold standard test is in echo, but it takes 30 to 45 minutes and it is usually in the hospitals, so it is timely expensive and usually needs cardiologists or radiologists to interpret the reports as well as the report. So we decided to go back to something called stethoscope, which is what almost every doctor uses. So we decided to redefine the stethoscope. So this, our product AI Step is a platform with three key components: device, data, and intelligence. So it takes in 30 seconds of heart sound. It's streamed via Bluetooth to the smartphone, and we have our AI model sitting in the cloud that analyzes it and detects any abnormalities that are present. We also have a visualization that tells you where the cistern and diastole segments are. So the idea is to reduce subjectivity because doctors are usually dependent on their acoustic hearing, and we want to also show them the visualization so they can see the location of the motor as well. So our AI model gives us an accuracy of 98%, which we actually validated in Jayadeva Hospital in Bangalore. So they do a lot of cardiac procedures and we thought this was the right place for our study. Since then, we have screened more than 72,000 patients. We have got approvals for our patients from all three geographies, US, India, as well as Europe. And ICMR recently also approved a multi-center trial. So we started to scale even with the lung sounds now, since it's a key segment as well. So we've already built a product that could analyze any adventitious sounds, like the ride. We'll also detect any wheeze, bronchitis, which is a screening tool for COPD, asthma, TB, and childhood pneumonia. So this is something that we've been building for the last 6 years now. And we are also scaling hopefully for the comorbidities mother and child. So we have two projects that are going on. One is with Satara, it was a pilot project in Maharashtra, and another one at UP, which is a 2 lakh screening program. So this is our team. Dr. Major Satish is ex-army doctor. Dr. Mossi Das is leading the MLP and she is a PhD from IIT Guwahati. And Ashwin is a co-founder, so he's done the international MBA in France. And usually looks into the office. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning. When I go back to publication, DSC, how much does this product cost?
18 to 9, but that's for the individual doctor. With the government, it's 30 to 9. So we got in UP and Maharashtra as well. And so taking to allied healthcare workers as well as after the procedures, that's very good.
Okay. Very basic tools like XRTP, etc. It itself is not that on the health and medical center that is supposed to be there. The other very that's the fundamental basic things that they need to and that is
for across the patients, right? It's not just for murmurs or cardiac diseases. I'm looking from a public point of view, from scale. I mean, definitely, it's amazing. I remember seeing that when I'm using this stethoscope when I was doing my medical school, the professor used to say, did you hear the murmur? And we used to say, yeah, we heard the murmur, because obviously we have to tell we heard something. But definitely there's an application for this. But for me, I'm just very curious about how the financials work for the government. Because government doesn't look at 2049 like that for one product. And with that money, they can procure everything for a PhD or a subcenter for the screening other tools of anemia, including anemia technical. So I'm just looking at how does this thing, how is it being placed in the subject space in managing the patient.
So, with the project so far, which is in Lucknow district, Stanford Biodesign and the path is the implementation path. So they have helped with sponsoring and
Pilot definitely people want more in definitely it's very good product, I'm not denying that. But when you're looking at scale and publication, it is something a different approach we need to take. Either we have to reduce the cost so drastically that the government can afford it, or if they are able to procure it, how are they managing because it's also very delicate. The internet is an issue, the act is also an issue. So just having look into that whole model and what it was.
we've actually deployed around 400 devices as of now, which are scaled to 4,000. That's where we'll be able to bring down the cost as well. And part of Google for startups last year, 2025. That's why we built something as outside interesting endpoint stage. But this is to actually tackle cases where there is no internet connectivity. As of now, everything back in the face issues with the internet. So the idea is to do some sort of outside have AI model on the device. So that is for them to basically
In the interest of time, I'm going to have to cut off. We can take the discussions later. Thank you, Ria. And we'll move on to the next person in line, who is Hardik Sharma from Axis Method. Sorry, there's a little bit of a technical snag here. Just give me a second.
Hi, good morning everyone. This is Hardik. Hello. Good morning everyone. This is Hardik. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Axis. We are a deep tech healthcare startup working in the field of rapid blood diagnosis. And the first problem that we have taken up is that of complete blood count testing. And could you please go to the next slide? I'm assuming everyone knows what a CBC is, and in India, roughly 50 crore plus CBCs are done every year, and globally 4 million CBCs are done. But the issue with them is the devices that are used to do those tests are very bulky, very expensive. They need trained technicians to operate them, and phlebotomists are already in shortage in India. Plus, if there is something wrong, like abnormal with the patient's blood sample, you need a pathologist to make the blood test and examine it. Again, those are in chronic process. And CBC is important because it tends to got a lot of different parameters. It can diagnose anemia, it is needed before and after surgery. So if you need CBC for daily diagnosis, you need platelet counts, and everything is done with a CBC hematology analysis. And in cities, urban cities, tier 1, tier 2, even you can get the CBC in 6 to 8 hours. But when you go down, tier 3, tier 4 rural areas, I've seen the reports come back to me like more 48 hours as well. And this is something that we're trying to solve with our product Axis One. formatting is up. So this is a small portable device, 4 kg in height, and it can do the same 5-part double differential CBC from a finger prick. You don't need a syringe full of blood to do the test. It can make the same high quality test in under 10 minutes on a patient's blood test. It is much faster as compared to traditional setup. It is much more portable, and in 3 testings that we have done, over 300 patient samples in direct equivalent testing, we have received over R-star of 0.95 and above in all of those parameters. And there are 2 Israeli companies, Site Diagnostics and Pixel Medical, that have received FDA approval for their devices, but those are again larger than ours, much more expensive than ours because of the inherent technology difference, and not available in India. And we have recently granted a patent on our test cartridge as well to prove the technology validation part. And the device will cost 2 lakhs when we launch in August, and the per test kit will cost between up to 15 NB. This does not need any calibration, so this is the entire cost that the user has to bear. So the idea is, right now we are at the stage where we have applied for a tech license, we are completing the ISO verification, and we have incubated at AIMS Delhi, and we have also received the ethics committee approval to do the CDSO testing there starting in May. We have also showcased the device in the I3 Summit I3 members last year, and then based on IFCRF data, we figured out that this device will not work in rural areas. This is internet dependent. So the last 4 or 5 months were spent to completely offline, shift it to offline model, and that reduced the turnaround time. We successfully done that, increased the price of the device by I think 8,000, but now the device works completely offline, and the test is also done in under 10 minutes. So, yeah. And we will launch this device in the market in August this year, starting with TFC downwards, and we are going to partner with small hospitals and PHCs, CHCs, those with the requirement area. The business model is simple laser-based model, wherein we pay the device for a minimum charge and then run on the test kit.
Hardik, thank you. Do you any questions, please?
Yeah. Have you ever thought of a rental model?
Model it has been suggested to us by some, but the initial thought would be, I think, born on us. If we get some higher volume, then we can start into that.
Okay.
It has been suggested that this is not the right to do it initially, because it will be
Okay, and per test cost was 59 rupees. Does it include consumables?
that is the entire test kit cost. It's a single piece cartridge, everything is included in that. Yeah.
Okay, fine, thank you.
The cartridge. We are not charging, we are not commenting on what the doctor or whoever is administering the test should charge, but the entire kit will cost us 20 rupees. It has a consumables and the cartridge, everything is cost. The doctors think that whatever they want. Bill of materials is 38 rupees right now. At scale it will be down to 15 to 50 rupees. Also for the testing in house. No.
Thank you, Hardik. In the interest of time, I'm really going to have to cut you off. We have sessions upcoming. So our next participant is Girish. Girish here? Yes. Girish, who's representing Transcript Life Sciences.
Morning everyone. I'm honored to be here today on behalf of Transcript Life Sciences to describe how we think AI can transform cancer care in India and hopefully someday the world. Our focus is a simple question but with a difficult answer. How do we help cancer treatments work better and keep working when the disease adapts? Cancer is a global burden. We all know this, but with staggering numbers both in terms of lives and in pressure on health systems. In India too, the numbers, for example, the Globoscan numbers say that it's about 1 million deaths per year, with new cases being at 1.41 million. But the problem isn't only the pace at which cancer is growing, whether it's across the world or in India, is drug resistance and the long timelines of drug discovery. First, drug resistance, cancers change and therapies that work initially can stop working, leading to relapse and limited options. And secondly, drug discovery is slow. The journey from idea to an approved therapy can take over 10 years or more, and even then the result isn't always accessible or affordable to the patients who need it. Now, one proven approach in oncology is combination therapy and using more than one drug so you can tackle heterogeneity, which is different cancer cells behaving differently within the same tumor, and which reduces the chance that resistance works. But combination therapy has two practical barriers. The number of possible drug pairs is enormous. So screening them the traditional way doesn't really scale up at the pace that we need. And combining drugs can increase toxicity risk, so evidence becomes even more critical. So the need of the hour is faster discovery of new drug combination therapies for effective cancer care. Our approach is to use AI and machine learning to make combination discovery more targeted and more efficient without pretending that AI replaces experimental validation. In simple terms, we do four things. We start by looking for novel biochemical pathways that appear promising to target in cancer. We then build AI and machine learning models that can predict drug activity and hopefully toxicity eventually. Using those models, we screen large drug databases computationally to shortlist candidates worth testing. And crucially, those shortlisted candidates then go through lab-based combination testing where evidence decides what's real. One definition that matters here is drug repurposing, which means finding new therapeutic uses for existing drugs that were originally developed for other indications. Repurposing is powerful because it can make early development more practical and potentially more scalable, especially if you're trying to find combinations that are realistic to deploy. By focusing on repurposing small molecules, we're aiming for combinations that are more feasible to scale and more likely to be affordable than biologics, especially in resource-constrained settings, thus helping democratize the immense potential of AI. You'll also see that our proof of concept is acute myeloid leukemia, which is an aggressive blood cancer, and published data shows that outcomes remain difficult, including low relapse-free survival in reported cohorts. One of the reasons that we are using it as a starting point to validate our end-to-end workflow, which I explained before. Now, our goal says transform cancer treatment globally through AI-driven drug repurposing. Sounds huge, but the way I put it more precisely is we're building
If you have half a minute left.
Yeah, sure. We're building a discovery approach that can scale beyond a single cancer over time by repeatedly turning large search spaces into testable, evidence-backed combination candidates. That's the ambition, with validation as the gatekeeper at these exciting. Which brings me to the business ask. I'm going to keep this very simple. We're seeking a partner to accelerate preclinical validation and to scale up our operations nationally and globally.
I'm sorry to cut you off. That's 4 minutes. Judy can ask questions.
Yeah, I'm going to invite my colleagues on stage to also answer.
Can you tell me about the proprietary mods here and also any validation that you've done so far?
So we are working on this special pathway-oriented combination therapy. So right now, whatever conventional chemos are there, they are having toxicity and relapses are very high. So we have figured out a niche pathway which can work in combination with these chemos. And as a result, we can reduce the dose of the chemo drug in quantity, and we can control relapses through concentration therapy. So that's the pathway we are working with. And we have filed it's also filed a patent, so we're not disclosing the exact pathway because that's the means of the product.
Any tools that you have that you are approved with your AI can reduce competitors, especially competitors?
So
There are so many global competitors also we have invested in a few already, so just wanted to know.
Yeah. So we are not coming up with AI-based new drugs as such. We are repurposing the existing molecules. That is very important. And we are all first looking at the molecules which are FDA approved. So what will happen is if they are approved already, if you repurpose them and adjust the dosages, that can really matter and in less time drugs can come out. So right now we are working on EMS and down the line we want to like co-develop and take it forward. Or sell the patent to some pharma company or try to develop it. And we want to move on to other types of cancers down the line.
So I think the question really is, how do you put your product, I mean, what puts you above your competitors and what you will, so many people are also looking at repurposing of drugs, right, for various disorders, in terms of looking at cancer. Have you any evidence that what the model that you're building has any particular strength about what the disorders?
So we are talking about two factors here, combination and continuation. So in regular therapeutic recipients, they give the chemo and then they wait for relapses or happening or happening. Testing is the only choice right now. What we are doing differently is we are giving a combination therapy which will decrease the dosage and a continuation therapy, which is again not any chemo kind of drug, a normal drug. So that continues and that prevents relapses. And that's the niche point which we are having, which I think no computer is working as of now. Sorry? You are audible, sir.
She's asking, you're not giving it to the patient.
We are giving to the patient. So there will be two drugs. One is combination therapy, which will be administered to doctors, to the patient, right? One is the continuation therapy, which will be continuing after the chemo is done, so that relapses are not there and cancer cells die out and you don't get chance to replicate and again spread the infection. It's not personalized, it's very generic as of now in phase 1. Phase 2 we want to make it personalized. Because right now whatever chemos are there, we are focusing only on chemos and combination of those. And as of now, I think nobody is doing this kind of thing, so we are a little bit after the data.
Allow me to say that drug repurposing is not allowed, unless you have the approval of the drug controller.
Yes, sir. So we are not taking some which are drugs which are already active or patent, sensitive or patent protected. We are taking drugs which are already off the shelf, like 10 years has been over the patent, and those drugs can be repurposed. The natural molecules basically. Most of them are natural molecules. Sorry, sir? Sir?
So that may be a suggestion. You will have to be watchful of these aspects when you are approaching the ethics committee.
So we have actually considered that for the initial Bangalore study. So we are focusing majorly on natural molecules for that matter to combat that particular purpose, and our clinical trials will give way to combat that part on the line.
Thank you. We have the next contestant come up, who is Dr. Jayanti Kumari, from Aspirate Innovation. Julie, please note, the one on your list at number 6 is not present. Then we have Dr. Jayanti Kumari from Aspirate. Hello everyone. Okay. Hello everyone. I'm Dr. Jayanti, founder of Controller. And I think 4 minutes is too short of a time to explain what we're doing and the breadth of it. So I'll just put it short exactly why we are doing what we're doing. So 3 years back, I was in July doing a medical internship, and I didn't know that town existed. It was where I met Amit. I refused the town, didn't know the language or the culture. It was this family that took me in. 6 months after that, a pre-cancer missed due to the visual screening, which is just manual and the disease dies. We lost Amit. And it was that moment that changed the trajectory of my life. Later I realized that I might not be an Einstein, but at least I could try something. Then I joined the Stanford Biodesign program, joined DBT as a researcher, and we developed Umbrella. Patent spotted. It's a selective biomarker based novel multiplex assay. I know you must be asking where's the AI in it. I'll explain it later. It is accurate, painless, entirely needleless, and most importantly, it does not require any instrument or training to operate it. Basically, anyone, either it was Amit, us sitting here, anyone can easily do this at the comfort of their home. And we just completed a very short pilot at INSECT Hyderabad with over 96% of accuracy, and we will be rolling out at AIMS and PGI Chandigarh. You must be asking, there's other tools as well, Jayanti. How is this even better? Well, all of these tools are amazing for someone sitting in a fancy clinic in Delhi. The moment you take them to fields, to rural areas, all of them fail WSP is a short criteria for POC. Whereas, as I mentioned, OncoRet is entirely operator and equipment independent. That means massively scalable. Yeah. So I think you must be aware that in Government of India mandates that everyone above 30 years, male or female, anyone who smokes or is a nut should be screened for oral cancer. On the top of my head, that number adds up to almost 80 crores. How are we going to screen 80 crore people manually? That's just not possible. That's why the screening number is only 1% of the targeted work. That's what we're trying to solve. And how will we access those amount of people? Well, we'll start small and strong. With B2B, with small hospitals in Tier 3 and Tier 4, where there's a hospital, there's a doctor, but not a path lab. There's no tools to diagnose there. Then eventually our vision is to integrate it into the national screening programs of a country. And I believe that any idea, however brilliant it is the execution that matters. And the team is exceptional here, Dr. Shweta, Dr. Setari. We've been guided by the best of best, Dr. Gagandeep Kang, Dr. Jairaj from IIT Madras, and Dr. Ravi from Kachchar. And we have been supported generously by BBT, Biodac, Pfizer, Little Power, and BFI as well. Again, I just like to encapsulate the entire mission of ours is that your PIN code, either it was Amit, us sitting here in Delhi, or somewhere in New York, it should never predict your lifeline. That's it. And to end the question, where is the AI? So I like to believe that it is the vertical, the depth that matters. So the AI is only as good as the data it's being trained upon, and it's an amplifier. So for something to amplify, you need the data. We're building the enormous indigenous data set, collecting saliva, and we'll start with oral cancer. Later we'll be targeting the entire LCD, so that's actually accurate and especially in Indian population. Thank you. Julie, questions? Did I finish early? Yes, you did. Thank you. Maybe I missed it. What is the marker you are looking at? Yeah, so currently we are looking two markers. One is LGR3SBT, which is galactic binding protein. Another is interleukin. Both have very different characteristics. One is very sensitive. One is more specific. ILQ is not that specific. So to counterbalance that, the galactic sheet is very strong differentiator for early stage. When it's migrating from POMDs to OC stage. So we chosen two different characteristics to actually get the right combination. Yes, I see. Yes. What is the number of tests that were done? Yeah, so I'd say myself, it is not at all representative. We just started. It's around 30 patients that we did on. And we just, on average peak where we started rolling out in structure, we'll be taking 500 samples and working on that. I know it's small, it's not representative, but it's a small step. And we were very encouraged by this. The cost you mentioned is about $1. Yes, yes. And obviously, but when the state normally takes, we obviously when it's rolled out to national level, it will be under 10 rupees.
There is nothing, so you just take the saliva and that's the one that you're...
Exactly. No sample processing, centrifugation or adding anything, DTP to DTP, everything is on platform.
Okay.
No, none. Just saliva. That's been passive. We're not taking the active saliva.
Okay. Because, oral hygiene is not necessarily the best in India.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So I was just curious how you were planning.
Okay. Thank you, Jayanti. One quick question, Dr. Ram. Does the oral hygiene yes, sir. So while we were doing the trial at ESIC Hyderabad, we encountered that the viscosity varies even on the basis of the progression of disease as well as the common bad hygiene. So we incorporated two molecules in the platform. One was N-acetylcysteine, which is to induce the
targeted biomarkers, and another to take away leukocytes. So the availability is high.
Okay, thank you, Yanti.
Even though it's easy on me.
I'm sorry, I'm being a little strict on time. We have other sessions. So, our next contestant or participant is Rupal Mehta from MedMarvel. Will you please note the name of the startup because the order is not the same on your list. This is Rupal Mehta from MedMarvel.
Good morning everyone. I am Rupal Mehta from BFI Software Solutions Private Limited, a company based in Pune and started with a very simple and yet powerful vision. It is about democratizing precision brain diagnostics, making it easily accessible and available to physicians and surgeons in anywhere in India to anywhere in the world. Why is this important? Because 1 billion patients suffer from neurological conditions and 90% of them go undiagnosed and untreated. During the investigations of neurological conditions, particularly like epilepsy and others, multiple investigations are done. A lot of data like CT, MRI, PET scans are collected. The information comes to neurologists, entire data is scattered across multiple systems in silos, and the physicians have the capability but still do not have the tools to analyze this data in a comfortable manner or have a comprehensive look at the brain. So that's where MedMarvel comes into picture, where we have aggregated the entire data onto a single platform, apply our own, we have built our own tools for visualization of the data so that the doctors can focus on the care, taking away all the complexity of data analysis and visualization from them, giving everything to them at their fingertips. We take the existing data, which the doctor has already screened for the patient, MRI, PET scans, and process it through our analysis, our algorithms, and it generates MRI PET fusion, quantifies data of the brain, volumetry of the macro and microstructure of the brain, and the visual maps of white matter, fiber tracks, and neural mechanisms. All this, it helps the doctors to precisely identify, pinpoint the abnormality in the brain. Particularly for epilepsy, it would be localization of seizures in the brain. Why is it important? Because if the doctor can pinpoint the abnormal seizure, 70% can be made seizure-free based on standard medical treatment protocols. Similarly, they can identify tumor boundaries and decide how much resection has to be made. So it helps them to do precision surgery. The fiber track that we have on the that we give, the spectrography volume, helps the doctor to predict any deficit that would cause during the surgery, prior to the surgery, to the motor or other vision motor skills. So it helps for precision surgery planning. Why would you believe us and why are we solving this problem, right? So I come from healthcare IT background, developing enterprise solutions in radiology information, risk-packed solution in US for hospitals and imaging centers in the US. When I met Dr. Nilesh Kurwale, he's an epilepsy neurosurgeon, and together we identified the problems that the doctor was facing. That's how MedMarvel was born, and we are joined with excellent team of neuroscientists, experts, AIML experts, and the business stalwarts, helping us to address this problem. We've done it, we've committed. The product is tested by the practicing physicians in India. Next please. And we have currently built the entire backend analytic engine. We are going towards visualization from prototype to MVP. The product is tested on 350 data sets.
Half a minute.
We are associated with hospitals and institutions for validation testing. Our MedMarvel goes to, we have a B2B strategy to go to market with particularly the segment being hospitals with neurosurgery and hospitals with neurosurgery and neurology departments, comprehensive diagnostic center and radiology center. Our product is available to them according to enterprise edition, professional. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, please question. I will address the question. You can play the next slide. Questions are next.
So, one very basic question. So, how does this integrate? So, is there any additional steps required for the physician, or just the images, as the images are taken, it automatically integrates?
So there are two touch points for the data to be inputted into a system. Already the neurophysician gets the data from various sources. We have our own web-based system where he can upload all the data and it gets to us. And then the entire processing starts. We also associate with the radiology center, so they can do a DICOM level push, which is a standard interoperable manner to push the medical imaging data across systems. So we are compatible with both.
So, just curious how your feedback has been from the physicians that you have worked with. If there is additional steps that are required, and did they see the cost benefit for that effort that they are getting?
Sure. So, two parts to it. The value addition to their process, to the clinical, so there are two steps. One is where the actual accuracy in the diagnosis, the confidence in the diagnosis has increased for a lot of doctors because now they have quantified information along with the visuals. Second is the cost benefit. Currently, some of these tools that we use, where only 7 institutions have high-end tools that the doctors can use, most don't have, and they are imported solutions, and our solution is 1/3 the cost.
Who are your competitors and also how much time can you reduce?
So our entire processing time is reduced from 7 to 8 hours to less than 2 hours in our system. The competitors currently in India, the closest one I would say is BFI where there is fMRI analysis. We are giving you the entire spectrum for neurological care. Our global competitors are Humenta in Spain and LifeOption.ai in US. And we do have an early mover advantage.
Which one you use?
LifeOption.ai. Icometrics also has volumetry and some. So yes, there are multiple solutions who do some part of the brain analysis.
That entire part, I know one startup. They have evaluated them also like 2 years back, and I think they raised a seed round, pure seed also.
Correct.
So I'm just not able to recall the name, but there is.
Yes, so it is a very emerging field, very niche area, but very exciting things are happening.
How do you plan to scale it? Because like again, almost 2 years back I met someone in India who was trying to do it in Kolkata, but he wasn't able to do it because of the lack of data and then the lack of sales and distribution as well. So first is the data. How do you plan to?
So currently we are associated with large radiology centers. So we are working with them on the data side of it. These are the national level data players who are engaged in Pune, picture diagnostics and others. So from the data side, we have the team who have implemented this in the healthcare ecosystem, and we have demonstrated this at 2 centers in India. And now we will scale based on that to India, and once we have the regulatory compliances, then US. Yeah, so we have tested the data on 350 cases. So far it's a good start, and then we are still exploring partnerships. We are actually reaching out to the academic institutions and other institutions for our deeper validation. Any other questions?
Thank you.
We have pre-revenue and we are doing a pre-seed.
Okay, thank you, Rupal. I'd also like to add to the jury that Rupal and our next participant is coming up. They are both spot entries. We literally asked them if they'd like to pitch, and they entered the competition.
We are very thankful to the BFI team for this opportunity, and thank you, jury, for your time. Thank you.
Next up, we have Manisha from ICA Health.
Good morning everyone, this is Manisha and ICOM. At ICOM we're working on AI-powered solutions for patient care. So we are preventive and proactive care model. We leverage AI to help patients with care management, families to take care of their loved ones. With 24/7 round the clock, anytime, anywhere, care. Any questions? People preventive care in the country is just 12%. Living field is also covered. Most patients drop off after screening. The drop-off rate after screening is at 80%. The drop rate people don't know what to do. It's test for most patients, end up blaming the doctors for their outcomes. They feel that, they are responsible or they're not able to do well. But actually, they want to recommend consultations, giving information, poor adherence. Poor adherence also happens because patients don't understand it. It's very, very hard to understand the doctor's role, which leads to poor adherence to treatment itself and subsequently to problems, and that's what we're looking for next. So we have individual and vulnerable first is ICA health chaos, which has the preventive field ICA samples, which have some boosting. This is what AI followed care systems to 24/7, which has patients with follow care. Then we've got the sound prescription, the ERX, which helps patients to improve the therapy. And on the prescription, we have AI agents for adherence routines as part of this. So this is what the icon health chaos looks like. All you will be doing is scan here, scan your face, get your vitals, and once you screen you, then end up following up. So follow-up care. So we improve your outcomes, we know where you are in the care continuum, and that improves your journey. The next one. This is what ScanPlus looks like on a software base. This helps with screening on the go, capturing patient vitals on the go. The next one. This is what the sound prescription looks like. It's pretty simple. Most doctors know where they write, what they write in the prescription itself. We have a lot of solutions that work on sound. But from a doctor's perspective, just the ambient noise cancellation takes away from the experience. So here what you need to do is just upload your prescription, you can run it into a sound package. It goes to the patient. Now, and also discharge. So the patient has the prescription in two forms. First is the sound package, second is the pen drive, and the handwritten prescription everything. Now the data that we pick up from here, this is the master prescription. We work on adherence data, so where we set reminders and follow-ups, and you're also able to download the report from here. Also set up masters on the next appointment. So what it does is essentially, the patient can hear the sound package at their own convenience, which improves their adherence to prescription. The chemists are able to prescribe, medications better, which reduces the error in, dispensing medication and helps with improving the next one. So these are, the AI agents that we built up, the care system using spoken of, which helps with daily care management, follow-up care. Adherence agents which track medications, reminders, follow-up. Pricing which brings everything to the doctor's phone dashboard. The logistic agent which takes care of the best booking, the medicine, scheduling of drugs, and the emergency which connects the first responder systems. The next one. This is what the follow-up care looks like. We have a voice-first solution. You can ask the question via voice. The responses are also via voice.
You have half a minute.
So we have a limited literacy, so the solution is built around that. We have commonly found systems, connect, and the solution starts to go to the next one. These are the real-time use cases that we show in patient support, updates to families, caregiver tests, outpatient tests, chronic disease management, post-discharge management, and just-in-time work by intelligent guidance direction. So the vision is to enable intelligent care across use cases, not people in the peripheral areas to increase health equity. So the important thing is that you can reduce the monitoring events through early detection. So that you will get a disease
There are a lot of solutions, similar and overlapping, not essentially the same suite, maybe. So, what is your differentiator? In terms of GTM?
For 10 rupees for a cup of tea, you can also afford 10 rupees for a scan, which is the hook from where, use the proactive care bit starts. So that's one bit. The second is a model that we've trained based on AIMS and ICMR guidelines. You'll not get the kind of responses we get. We give the nuanced responses based on Indian ecosystem. The third is a sound prescription. Nobody's been able to crack the sound prescription so far. People are only working on, converting to sound, capturing the patient-doctor interaction. But, doctors are really used to writing the way they write. They know what they have to write. So for me, we've been doing field trials on this, and I'm like, this is absolutely crazy. What we need to do is simplify life for the doctor, and that works when he's able to upload his prescription, convert that instantly, and send it across. So I think those are the hooks that we have, which sort of differentiate us from a lot of solutions, and also the way we map out the entire process and help patients across the care continuum while working with the stakeholders. No questions is usually not a good sign. All right,
Okay,
thank you so much.
Thank you, Manisha. Next up, we have Pranay Agarwal. We're just pulling up the PPT. Sorry.
Do you know every 3 seconds someone dies because of a delayed or misdiagnosis? That's millions of preventable lives lost each year. Very good morning, everyone. I'm Pranay Agarwal, founder of DiagnoPlus. So during my BTech, while preparing for a hackathon, I came across some horrible stats from WHO that 2.6 million deaths occur because of delayed and misdiagnosis, and more than 136 million people are getting harmed in some way or other. Cancers in India is one of the major contributors to these flawed diagnostics, as more than 20% of the cancer cases in India go misdiagnosed. Even I lost one of my family members because of the same issue. That's why I've started DiagnoPlus, an AI-powered SaaS platform which will assist doctors diagnose cancers with an accuracy of more than 99% and also will increase their efficiency by 10x. So we have multiple type of cancers in the pipeline, including breast cancer, skin cancer, lung cancer, and many more. But as of now, we are very much focused on brain tumors. We have a fully functional prototype, and we have started developing the MVP. So it's very simple to use. They have to fill the doctors will have to fill the patient details, like the patient name, age, and ID, and then the specific input. The input that we're taking is as the soft copies of the MRI scans of the patient, the DICOM files, and within a minute or two, we give a detailed medical report. So that's our differentiation. We are not into screening, but we are giving a detailed medical report because we know there is no scope of any kind of screening healthcare, and we need to have something consolidated, a kind of a proof, and that's why we're coming up a detailed medical report, which is a kind of a most probable diagnosis. So AI will also mark the affected areas in the report itself, so that the doctor can go through the report once we have the report, and they can make the final decision. In this way, we are not just relying on the AI completely, and we have kept the doctors equally involved. So we have filed the patent and a PCT application for our proprietary software system, and we are developing the MVP now. So talking about the business model, dual business model, no licensing agreement for large hospital chains. Also, we're not neglecting any private practitioners, small labs. For them, we'll be going up with a bundled pricing kind of approach. And And we are looking for 1.4 crores. We will be using it for medical compliance, data acquisition and annotation, machine learning infrastructure, and lot many more. As of now, we are backed by IIT Delhi, IIM Calcutta, Ministry of Electronics and IT under the India AI initiative, Government of Gujarat, and a few more top incubators and affiliations across country. We have also conducted a thorough interview with 100 plus doctors and radiologists across country, and we got incredible responses. 94% of the interviewed doctors said that it is a great approach, and they are willing to use this kind of technology once we are into the market. And we have also got a few brands. So this is the core team which is behind these are the minds behind the future of diagnostics. I am Pranay Agarwal, the founder. Kanika Rathi takes care of all the research part. Mr. Ndapi is our AI lead. Dr. Ashish Mani is our AI mentor, and Dr. Mona Bhatia is our medical mentor. She is the head of radiology department at Fortis, New Delhi. And also we are backed by some of the top institutes in Uttar Pradesh and NCR region. Thank you. I am open to questions.
Thank you, Pranay. Thank you for finishing well in time. Jury, questions please, if there are any.
So you're working on morphological premise, is it?
Yes, so we're specifically focusing on oncology.
No. Oncology is fine, but you're working on CTs, MRs, or
Yes.
what?
Yes, CT, MRs, yeah, specifically for brain
You've
tumors.
not recounted that.
Yeah.
Have you?
Yes.
No. So how is it working out? You
So-
know, I mean, morphologically, what are you suggesting that it will be? You'll be able to establish that this is cancer.
So basically, our system is very clear. We have a deep learning model already trained on lots of large MRI data sets. So it's all about pattern finding. So whenever we give a new input to it, it goes by pixel and tries to find the patterns which we have already modeled, which we have trained the model already on, and it finds a pattern. So if it finds the pattern which is there in the old things, that okay, there is a high possibility, or there is like the pattern we are getting for the cancers, it will mark the affected areas where it is getting and will
So
produce it.
such programs exist as it is. I mean, what is novel about your approach?
So the novel is basically what they are doing is they're doing the screening. So they give the answers as a prediction. So we are not into the prediction, but we are claiming things. Okay, what is the
Your
scope?
premise is you need to search it again because morphology is not clinching many times.
Okay.
Morphology is not clinching. That's why you have the pathologist step in. So,
Yeah.
so think about it.
Sure. That's
Judy, if I may request, can we move to the next participant? We're running out of time.
We have
Okay, one quick question.
That's okay, I can ask him later. That's fine.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Manoj Shankar from NemoCare. We're just putting up his PPT. Maybe till then the jury can still continue their discussion of the site.
Yeah, I am asking now, I missed it, so just give me a second.
Sure.
I'll make the change. So you're for me, I was a little confused. So you're taking the data from the patients.
like it's the tool is for doctors only, doctors and radiologists. So basically, whenever they'll have a soft copy of the DICOM file from the systems, they'll just have to drop it down into our systems.
Okay, and then you will take that and you will
We give a detailed diagnostic report.
detailed diagnosis report. So, what benefit in addition to that? So, what is the doctor's response now? I know you said people have liked it. You're doing right now trials in brain tumors,
brain
right?
tumors, yeah.
So, what has their response been to that?
So basically, it's a win-win situation for them because we are not providing it for the patient; it's for them only. So now, if we are providing it with a higher accuracy, so the patient also have that kind of security that we are getting a second opinion already. And also, if for example, if the Fortis is taking this kind of technology from us, if they are managing 500 patients a day, and now they can manage it 5,000 people a day because the turnaround time is very less. The turnaround time for average for them is approximately 6 to 8 hours. For just because of our system, the turnaround time will be 30 minutes to 40 minutes.
If I may request to please,
Okay, sure.
we need to move on to the next one. Next up is Manoj Shankar from NemoCare. Thank you.
Good morning everyone, I'm Manoj, co-founder of NemoCare Wellness. We are a startup focused on revolutionizing newborn care. So I want you to imagine that you had a baby little girl, born a little early, 25 to 27 weeks. A little premature, but nothing to worry because in a tier 1 city you have access to the best of care and she has a 98% chance of survival, and this is at par with what our Western world is. But imagine if this same baby little girl is born in one of our resource constrained settings. Her chance of survival drops to 1/3 of what she would have had, and it's just because of the place of birth and nothing to do. To top it, if 2 nurses were there in a corporate setting to take care of one baby, we have the same 2 nurses taking care of close to 40 newborn babies, and visual monitoring is their best shot at catching any kind of distress conditions. This is not just a case of one premature baby. It is 8 million clinically low birth weight babies that are born in our country each year, and we lose close to 400,000 of them to causes that are completely preventable. 80% of these deaths are simply preventable by timely interventions. To bridge this health inequality, we developed NemoCare Raksha, which has three parts: the wearable device to give high-resolution, clean data in a digitized format, real-time alerts through a clinical decision support system, and the AI part where doctors came and told us saying, can you model my gut feel? Because I know this baby is going to fall sick, but that took me 20 years of experience, a classical use case for our AI. And we started with neonatal sepsis. 48 hours before clinical degradation happens. So that's the problem that we started solving. So this allows our same two nurses to take care of these newborns with timely interventions, because that is what is critical for these newborns to be saved and improved reduce alarm fatigues. So from a closed loop system, the baby can be stepped down to the mother's side because they're continuously being monitored with AI-based risk stratification. So anytime they need to be stepped back into the ICU, they can always be pushed back up. And it promotes kangaroo mother care and breastfeeding as well. We do all this, give better clinical outcomes at less than $1 per day, because we've been able to completely track how long this device is being used. We just charge per usage, per baby, and that's the costing that goes on to the patients. We started a journey way back in 2017-18. We got our initial funds to build our prototype, then got our BIG to build the AI platform back in 2019. And since then, we've been collecting data and with good confidence levels and validations at each stage. So we were able to get the device accuracy to almost 0 errors. Then the real-time alerts at 98% accuracy. And now on the prediction platform, we are upwards of 90%, where we are able to give good prediction scores. We filed 6 global patents, 3 granted, 1 in the US as well. We published a study in the Indian Journal of Pediatrics with Narayana Hidalya. We've also done a usability feasibility study, which is very important when you introduce a digital technology, and we did that with the Public Health Foundation of India. We're grateful to all our global funding partners who have brought us to this stage today. We're currently raising funds to go global with our regulatory approvals, especially on a SAMD positioning of the platform, and working closely with organizations like ICMR for our health technology assessment. So this is our team. We started following the biodesign process and did a very detailed immersion. We've got good feedback from a lot of doctors across India, which helped us fine-tune the product. And our goal is to touch the lives of 1 million newborns in the next 2 years, because we feel it is the work of our generation to give these newborns a chance to survive, a completely make in India product.
Thank you, Manoj. Judy, may I request just one pointed question? We're a little delayed to start the next session.
How do you factor in kangaroo care with this?
So kangaroo care today is not possible because monitoring is only in the ICU, and critical babies which actually need it are there in the NICUs, and mothers getting there, the infection levels are higher. So when we get it to a wearable form, the babies can be stepped down with the same ICU grade monitoring at bedside. So that allows the baby to by itself on its mechanism build, be it muscle mass or weight, and grow as well, including breastfeeding. So these are 2 interventions that our device is able to promote for babies which were earlier only in the NICU.
Okay, thank you, Manoj. Thank you, Judy. We have the last contestant, who's again a spot entry. Her name is not on the list. I'm telling you, it's Ms. Jilma Perwangar from Cosnosis.
Should we write her name?
Thank you so much, BFI team, for this opportunity. So good morning, everyone. I am Jilma Perungan, founder and CEO of Cosnosis. So our company is called Cosnosis, and we are building this device called CanScan, which is a breath-based screening technology for detection of breast cancer. So let me give you a hypothetical situation. So if you are suffering with stomach pain and you visit doctor, and doctor gives you an option, you can either do an ultrasound, which is not very accurate, and you will get the result in maybe 2 days. But there is another technology which you can just give your exhale breath, and with 97% accuracy, it will be able to tell whether you have some disease or not. So which one will you choose? The breath-based one, right? Yeah. So That's what I want to tell. So the technology has advanced so much that sitting here we are able to tell whether there is water in moon or life in Mars, but the doctor is not able to tell whether a person is having a disease or not, even if he is sitting in front of us. So the adoption of technology to healthcare has been very slow, and this is what we want to change. We want to make smart devices which is very easy to use, and it should be present at everyone's home. So that is our mission, and we are actually trying to progress towards that. So I'm a biomedical engineer with 10 years of experience, and past 10 years I have been building this device called CANSCAN, and I'm also I have help of Suman, who's my husband, as well as the software engineer, and CFO, our CFO is Ankita. So we'll just skip to our this. So currently the problem which we are trying to solve is that of breast cancer. Late detection. So 1 out of 2 women are diagnosed with breast cancer and they die because it is detected late. And if we are able to detect breast cancer early, there is 100% chances of survival. And why it is not present, we are not able to do is because of mammography, which is costly, not accessible. So can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So what we want to do is we want to make breast cancer detection accessible, as simple as taking a breath. Next slide. So this is our device. It is patented in India, and we have applied for patent in US, Europe as well. And this is a breathalyzer. You just need to exhale into the device, and we have our own patented, sensor technology as well as machine learning algorithm, which will be able to detect the chemical markers in the exhale breath, which shows whether breast cancer is present or not within 15 minutes. Next. Yeah, so it is accurate. It has more than 95% accuracy, and it is accessible and non-invasive and very cost-effective. So it can be adopted into the National Health Mission, and screening will become very easy. Next. Yeah, so we have done clinical trials so far. Over 400 subjects were enrolled, and with that we are able to have accuracy of more than 95%. Next slide. So our target market will be hospitals, diagnostic centers, and we'll be able to sell our device at 1/10 the cost of what current routine screening, is offering. Next. So these are the current, competition. So there are no breath analyzers in the world currently for detecting breast cancer. The only ones which is being developed in Canada and UK, their accuracy is not that much. And currently we'll be able to offer our breast cancer screening at 1/10 the cost of current technologies.
Just about half a minute.
Yeah, next. Yeah, so this is our go-to-market strategy. Next. Yeah, so we have been developing this device for past 9 years, and currently we are, we have tied up with ICMR to do our multi-center pan-India trial. And we plan to launch our device in next year. Next. Yeah, so next. So currently we are raising 15 crores for, setting up a manufacturing plant in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jilma. Judy, I request 1 or 2 pointed questions. Thank you.
So you have a CEDESCO license now for testing
Yes, yeah.
and now you have gone up from 100 to 400.
Yes, yeah. So our first trial was, actually with BFI support.
What is the stage of breast cancer you are able to detect?
Ma'am, starting from stage 1.
From breath?
Yes. So the sensors are very accurate.
Why manufacturing versus outsourcing?
Sir, this is our patented technology, so we don't want to give it outside for manufacturing.
Yeah, so how much of a sample size you have?
So currently 400. So
400.
In the ICMR trial, it is 1,200 plus.
And what are the chemicals, the organic volatile?
Organic compounds. Yes, sir. So basically it is a little proprietary, but we are looking at a pattern, not just single marker. It is a pattern of different compounds.
Have you published anywhere?
We have patents in the patent literature. It's there. We haven't published.
Patents in India.
We have granted patents in India, and we have US and Europe. We have already applied for.
You need to publish. Without that.
Yes. So our clinical trial with ICMR will be actually publishing.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you, participants. Thank you very much, jury. So to all the participants, we now have a very exciting panel discussion coming up. I request the stage, we'll need to change the stage arrangements. I request the jury to please take a stage a little towards behind. And to the participants, we'll announce the results of the pitching session. We'll announce the winner towards the lunchtime, around 1 p.m. So please be around that time. Thank you. Everyone, will be starting soon. We're just waiting for the background to come up, and while we do that, I'll start introducing this panel. We have a stellar bunch of people, stellar bunch of administrators who will be on the panel soon, and it is a privilege for me to be introducing each of them. First off, we have Dr. Sachin Gupta. Dr. Sachin Gupta is a visionary chancellor of Sanskriti University and a leader of national distinction. He's been honored as the youngest chancellor by the former president Srimati Pratibha Patil. Dr. Gupta also served alongside Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam on National Mission Impacts. He's a powerhouse of innovation, ranking among top 10 in India. And yet, it's said that his greatest legacy is service, providing free transformative education to rural youth and differently abled Divyang students. Next, we have Dr. Sibaram Khara. He's the Vice Chancellor of Sharda University. Since 2020, Dr. Khara has transformed Sharda into a global powerhouse, securing coveted NAAC A+ accreditation and a prestigious top 100 NIRF ranking. He's a titan in the field of research. He has overseen a historic surge in the university's H-index, which has tripled from 34 to over 100 today. And he's established AI labs with NVIDIA and has also received the 2025 Education Times Leadership Award. He's a leader who defines the future of global education. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Khara. Next, we have Dr. Neeta Avasthi, a central government officer from the NTPC, turned startup founder in software consulting for 12 years. Again, a pioneer in education, has set an example of women leading academic institutions. With the turn of the century, she came in academics and as an academic administrator in the past 25 years. She has a total of 38 years of experience serving the nation and working for its growth. Please join me in welcoming ma'am. Next, we also have Dr. Yatish Agarwal. He's a towering authority in medical education with over 35 years of experience. He's worked with VMMC and Safdarjung hospitals in Delhi. And also having served as the officiating Vice Chancellor of GS University, he has steered the policy for over 30 medical and nursing institutions. He's also a prolific author of over 50 books. His influence spans the globe, serving as a national consultant for the WHO and the Mayo Clinic. Beyond the titles, he's a master mentor who has guided nearly 100 postgraduate scholars and pioneered research tools used by clinicians nationwide. Please join me in welcoming sir. Next, we have Dr. V.K. Jain. Dr. V.K. Jain has academic governance experience over 28 years. He's the Vice Chancellor of Tirthankar Mahavir University. He's also a seasoned institution builder. He served as the founding Vice Chancellor of Sage University and has spent nearly 2 decades at the helm of these premier academic bodies. His influence extends far beyond the campus. He's a global program evaluator for the IIT in the UK and NBA in India. And he's setting the gold standard for engineering programs worldwide. From securing international accreditations like ABET to establishing professional chapters like IEEE and ACM, he has built a legacy of global networking and innovation. It's truly a privilege having such distinguished panelists. And the distinguished man who will be moderating this panel is Dr. Gaurav Singh, our very own CEO from Blockchain for Impact. Over to you, Dr. Gaurav.
Thank you, Annapurna. Thank you, Annapurna. So this is my request to panelists. As all universities are from Uttar Pradesh only, we should communicate in Hindi more, if that's okay with all. Thank you for the permission. तो इसी के साथ मैं शुरुआत करना चाहूँगा. पहले तो आप लोग का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया यहाँ पर आने के लिए, क्योंकि जो नाम यहाँ पे आज बैठे हैं वो देश के 75,000 बच्चों के करता धरता है एक तरह से. इन सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में मिला के 75,000 बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, 20,000 एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं और कहा जाए कि अगर उत्तर प्रदेश में जो एजुकेशन का सिस्टम है जिसका संचालन हो रहा है वो इन्हीं 5 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हमेशा टॉप 10 में तो आएंगी. तो इसके साथ मैं स्टार्ट करना चाहूँगा. जब ये समिट की शुरुआत हुई थी तो हमने इस पैनल की कल्पना करी थी एंड हमारे दिमाग में ये मेन थॉट था कि किस तरह से हम प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ जो बहुत अच्छा काम करती हैं उसको भी हम थोड़ा फोकस कर पाए. क्योंकि आजकल की दुनिया में हम सुनते हैं आईआईटी से, आईआईएम से एंड ऑल गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट से बच्चे प्रयास करते हैं एडमिशन लेने की, लेकिन जब उनको नहीं मिल पाता है या फिर कभी कभी ऐसा भी होता है कि उनको पसंद की ब्रांच नहीं मिल पाती है या उसको पसंद का उनको कैरियर नहीं मिल पाता है, तो एक बहुत अच्छा ऑप्शन होता है प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़। मैं जैसे बात करूं, मेरे साथ संस्कृति यूनिवर्सिटी के सर बैठे हुए हैं, मेरी बात हुई थी संस्कृति बच्चों से, तो मैंने देखा कि 50% ऑफ वन बैच उनके घर वाले ज़्यादातर फार्मर्स थे। तो जो फार्मर्स कम्युनिटी है, जो लोअर मिडिल क्लास कम्युनिटी है, उसका रिप्रेजेंटेशन के लिए प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ आर वन ऑफ द बेस्ट प्लेसेस जहाँ पे वो लोग पढ़ाई कर सकते हैं, जहाँ पे चीज़ें सीख सकते हैं। इसके अलावा जैसे मैं एक बात कहना चाहूँगा कि दिल्ली के एक स्कूल की आप फ़ीस सुनेंगे तो 15 से 20 हज़ार रुपये पर महीना होती है। इसी सेम फीस में आप एक इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में एडमिशन लेके इंजीनियरिंग का कोर्स भी कर सकते हैं। तो प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ ना सिर्फ आपको वो प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड कराती हैं, बट वो आपको अफोर्डेबिलिटी भी प्रोवाइड कराती हैं बहुत तरीके से। ये थोड़ा दुखद बात है कि पिछले कुछ दिनों से प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ चर्चा में है। एक गलती की वजह से बहुत लोगों ने सबको एक साथ कोशिश करी है विलीफाई करने की, तो हम उसके बारे में भी बात करेंगे। पर आंकड़े अगर कहते हैं कि 25% जो यूनिवर्सिटीज़ इंडिया में है वो प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं, और प्राइवेट कॉलेजेस में देश का 60 से 70% बच्चा पढ़ता है। तो अगर कोई भी परेशानी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को लेके जनता में होती है, तो इसका मतलब वो देश के हर दूसरे बच्चे से परेशानी है ना। प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में एडमिशन लेना आसान काम नहीं है, खासकर जो यहाँ पे पैनल बैठा है, यहाँ पे आपको एडमिशन लेने में बहुत मुश्किल लगती है। 10th में 90% से कम में, 12th में 90% से कम में तो आपको कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में। और जो क्वालिटी होती है उसमें आप एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि बहुत सारे MNCs में प्लेसमेंट्स भी यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छे से होते हैं। तो मैं इसी बारे में बात करना चाहूँगा। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा सबसे कि अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी के बारे में बताएं, और स्पेशली AI में क्या हो रहा है उसके बारे में हमको जानकारी दें। सर, मैं शुरुआत करना चाहूँगा सर से।
हमारा एक मेडिकल कॉलेज है जो 1130 बिस्तर के एक अस्पताल, मल्टी स्पेशलिटी अस्पताल से जुड़ा है। एक कैंसर रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट है, आयुर्वेदा का 200 बेड का हॉस्पिटल है, फार्मेसी कॉलेज है और नर्सिंग कॉलेज है, और एक डेंटल कॉलेज भी जो हमारा सिस्टर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। तो AI में अभी हमें प्रथम कदम रखने हैं, सच्चाई ये है, लेकिन कल्पना होती है तो उड़ान भरते हैं, और वो समय मेरे ख्याल में आ गया है। हम ऐसी उम्मीद करते हैं कि आने वाले समय में हम ये उड़ान भर सकेंगे।
Good morning everyone. Thank you for calling me and inviting me on this beautiful platform of AI Summit. I am from Sanskrit University, मथुरा। मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि we are based in मथुरा, और यहाँ पे almost 11 से 12,000 बच्चे पढ़ते हैं हमारे पास। Almost 18 countries के बच्चे हैं and 20 states के बच्चे हैं, and we have streams from engineering, management, hospitality, agriculture and Ayurveda, naturopathy. So what we are looking at first is make our students skillable. That is very important, and second is yes, jobs is one of the most important area, और उसके साथ साथ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को हम प्रमोट करें। Coming to AI, see AI is now the hot subject. If you remember few years back, cloud computing बहुत famous हुआ था, and we were talking about cloud computing. Technology is changing very fast, so AI is something we are all looking at, and this is going to be the part of it for all, not in for education or any industry, but for everyone part of life. Where we talk agriculture, we talk hospitals, medical. So we are all looking at how we can improvise and improve. So as we go further, we'll tell you what are the shortcomings towards that, how India needs to grow around that, what is the academic area we're looking at. So these are some areas we need to really fortify. One, especially the government has to really come out with the private universities and the education per se departments, how they can really excel in AI, because it's a very infrastructure and huge funding based subject. And the second is the talent that we talk about. Do we have the real talent? Because there is a lot of brain drain when we talk about the salaries in education system is one of the concerned area. So where industry pays off. So I think these are the areas we need to talk about. And Sanskrit is one of the pioneer in patents, where we have highest patents in the country, and we have commercialized also around 10 patents that has been sold to the different industries. So that is one thing that we're looking at. Other is the entrepreneurship. We have almost 25 startups working under us. So thank you so much. Pass on.
Good morning, everyone. This is Professor V.K. Jain, Vice Chancellor of Tirthankar Mahabir University, Moradabad. We are based in Moradabad, and our university is almost 18 years old university, having 16,000 students, 800 PhD scholars, and almost 4,000 staff. If we talk about the programs which we are offering, we are having 2 engineering colleges wherein around 5,000 students are studying. And apart from engineering, we are having management, commerce, law, medical, dental, nursing, paramedical, agriculture, whatnot. I mean, whatever program you can think of, it is there. Our university is spread over almost 150 acres of land, very big and green campus. As far as artificial intelligence is concerned, that we are offering various academic programs in artificial intelligence right from 2018 onwards. One of the program is also being offered in collaboration with IBM. And with the implementation of NEP 2020, we have introduced artificial intelligence as the major specialization in 4 years undergraduate program, whether it is a BCA or a BSc program, and with the minor specialization in data analytics, cloud computing, and some other areas like software engineering and other things. So artificial intelligence also we have included in other engineering programs as a minor specialization. Like if you talk about BTech electrical engineering or electronics engineering or a civil or mechanical engineering, we are offering it as a minor specialization in our BTech programs. As far as research is concerned, almost 25 PhD scholars are working on AI-based problems which are interdisciplinary in nature. We are into agriculture-based AI development systems. We are into a joint research with the medical college on AI-based healthcare kind of programs. So whatever programs you talk about, we are there. And I am happy to say that this year in one of the theme of the Government of India, our students were the winners, and they won the first prize in a Smart India Hackathon, which was recently held in the country. So our students are doing great, and we are collaborating with various organizations. Like we have got a laboratory which is sponsored by NVIDIA, which is a purely AI lab, and we have established a tinkering lab which is sponsored by Makers Bhavan Foundation USA and supported by technically supported by IIT Madras. So all these things are really giving the platform to the students and faculty members to grow, and everyone, whether it is a student or a research scholar or a faculty, they are working very, very hard, and they are filing patents, they are being awarded patents. And I'm happy to share that the Innovation Foundation, TMIF, Tirthankar Mahabir Innovation Foundation, which is the Tirthankar Mahabir Incubation Center, which is having almost 33 startups which are incubated with us. And all these startups are doing great, and those our TMIF is supported by various schemes of the government. It is supported by MSME scheme, Start in UP scheme, and Mighty scheme. And we are funding up to 1 crore rupees for the deep tech startups also. So we are committed for the long-term vision in the area of development of AI, and we want to support the society. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. The August gathering at the dais and the other side. Right now I am from GL Bajaj Group of Institutions, Mathura. GL Bajaj as a group is spread through Greater Noida and Mathura with various colleges, with various programs. There are UG and PG programs. All the branches are there and many management programs are there. PGDM is also there. But if I say something about the GL Bajaj Mathura College, we are specialized into computer science, AI, machine learning. We are focusing there. And the other program is MBA program. That is the PG program. Now, as you see, what we are focusing on right now is the hope. So much is going to change in the next 10 years in education. Maybe the classrooms, maybe the examination, maybe everything. But what is not going to change is next year is hope. Hope with which, as Sir said, the farmer sends his or her word to us. Hope that the student will get the job, will be an entrepreneur, and will lift up his or her society. That hope is not going to change. So certainly we are going to work on that hope. So we focus on the placement, and for the placement you need to have those kind of skills. At the same time, the fundamental knowledge. The one who has the fundamental knowledge of the books and the technical papers, that is the recent technical paper, I think that is a lethal combination in any placement or entrepreneurship. We are working on that. Innovation is one part. Before any center of excellence, any lab, any infrastructure, what is important is a mindset of the people. Faculty has to be, that is the bottleneck. Faculty has to be trained. Mindsets have to train. And the students must get real problems to work on. With that, we have fixed up one area which is cybersecurity. We are supported by AQTU because we have an honors degree of cybersecurity also. That is support that we have got. And with the best identity company, that is Islantas, we have a Center of Excellence, MOU, but we haven't inaugurated because it is not about inauguration, but it is about how the statements are taken. So that is our line of direction that we go. That is, one is placements and the second is the entrepreneurship, in which we are focusing our mindset. Thank you so much.
You. First of all, good morning to all, and thank you, BFI, for inviting me here in this pleasure, excellent panel. I am from Sarda University, Professor Sibaram Khara. Just to give the brief about the Sarda University, it is in Greater Noida, and our H index of the university is 103 currently, and every year we publish around 2000 papers, and I declare here that all the papers publications are done organically through our very extensive research ecosystem. And I'm happy to announce that our 53% of the total publications are top Q1 and Q2 journals, which is remarkable achievement. Last 3 years, we have got 346 awarded patents. And I also put on record and declare here that all the patent works are put out of our own work, and we have a very good IPR cell headed by one ex-DRDO patent officer. And currently, Sarda University is executing 42 government-funded projects. So in private, you can imagine the 42 government-funded projects. And Sarda Launchpad in the entrepreneurship, we are running 7 big projects, and total investment is 10 crores, more than 10 crores, and almost 3-4 crores, 3.5 crores from UP and rest of the from investors. And MSME category, we have the highest number of MSME projects in Sarda University. So these are all few things to tell about. And then Sarda University, hardly any programs are there that it is not running except veterinary.
and agriculture just we have stopped because of certain reasons. We have 1200 bedded hospital, and Sada Medical MBBS is top private medical college in UP. So all top class students takes admission there, and we are happy to announce that we fill the seat before government college in the medical. So this is a big achievement. Recently, Sada University has established 750 multi-specialty hospital focusing on oncology. Basically, it is high-end transplantation and the cancer treatment. It's a very high-end hospital inside the campus. Many more things to tell, but now come back to the AI initiative in Sada University. We procured, actually we are the first customer of NVIDIA to have purchased the NVIDIA H100 model. So now they have come out with 200 model, and but in India, in education institute, we are the first where at that time A100 was there, but we went for H100. So it is almost 2 years. We are basically working in the AI in 3 layers. As first thing is that the AI literacy for all the students. That is mandatory. So we have designed the courses and involved the experts. We are giving the AI literacy in different level depending on the programs of the students. We have identified through extensive review and the involving the experts that in each domain, whether it is a sociology, whether it is arts or design, is a film entertainment, or it is business, or it is engineering, science or medical, what are all extensive applications will be there where models can be used. So that literacy, and then AI research. We have established AI research center. AI center, you can come and visit there, and many PhD scholars are working, and we have grouped the scientists in different domain. One domain is working on medical imaging data, and almost we are in the final stage to come out with the medical diagnostic model, specifically on cardiology data. Okay. And then the computational biology, specifically in bioinformatics, the molecular dynamic simulations, which used to take 6 months previously, now it is taking very less time. So lot of through iterations we come out with the molecular compositions, then we go for practicals. So that has helped. And besides, we have in-house developed certain products. We have developed research assistant of our own, a very small model where our own researchers can use that to quickly format their research paper. And 2 important projects we have taken, that is the old your classical voices are there, from there the melody extraction. And one more thing is that some Sanskrit scripts and some of the symbols are there in our Upanishad and the Vedas. So we are putting the AI model there to extract some of the informations, and also we are taking one project which is not done yet, that is the entire Sanskrit, the pronunciation can be converted into anybody's mother tongue. Say pronunciation will be same, that script or language will be different. Sure. So that we are developing. And then one more product we have developed, that is a chat bot, that in the admission cell we have put that anybody can go and ask any questions there, and all the information with visual. In front end we have put the natural language processing, in back end we have put AI model, and that is also very preliminary stage, but hopefully in 6 months it will be full-fledged, it is under test. And many more all AI based projects going on.
Sure sir, thank you sir.
So these are all layers, the AI literacy, AI technology, and then AI enabled experts and AI for our administrations and peer tutoring and AI enabled tutor, all those things we are trying to implement. So thank you very much.
So you can see how passionately sir is talking about all his projects and how much the quantity of work that is being done in this institute. Just to add for our online and offline audience that All 5 universities have a medical college now. Some of them have just started it, and together they are seeing more than 10,000 patients per day as of now. And I think in coming 2-3 years they will be seeing like 15 to 20,000 just in this cohort. You can see that. So not only teaching but also social service in form of treating patients, in form of making people much healthier is also a part of these 5 universities. So I'll come back to sir. Sir, you have been a part of government ecosystem and now you are a part of a private university. What changes have you seen in these 2 ecosystems to compare with, and in what ways private universities can actually excel as compared to government universities in your opinion?
Well, the decision making can be so much faster in the private universities. That's a given thing, you know. So that is one. But equally, you know, in the government, funding sometimes is not really a problem, which is a problem in the private universities. I'm being ruthlessly candid. You know, I mean, I'm not just doing some candy talking. I mean, at this moment. So allow me that. And yes, the number of patients that throng the governmental hospitals are much, much more, many times more. The data that is available is much more. Yet, I think, you know, because a lot of healthcare is being provided by private institutions, and that's the ground reality, you know, because no government can provide public health care of that magnitude as the country requires. So we have to walk hand in hand. The private sector and the government, they have to walk hand in hand. And only thing is that I think the government of the day will have to visit the question of how to fund this. When Sir said in Sharda that they have 10 crores on the project, 10 crores is peanuts, absolutely. You know, I mean, they're doing great work, but any AI, you know, innovative center in healthcare would easily cost upwards of 200 crores and more maybe. So where does that money come from? You know, private bodies don't have that kind of fiscal strength. So we have to look at that. And two, I mean, I'll go to a very basic question, and that cuts across government and, you know, the private. That is, are we really, you know, the new education policy talked of, you know, breaking the old edifice of silos. But has it really happened? Today, if I have to get into a medical college, I have to have biology in grade 12. Why is that? So why can't that change? And how many of our medical students really know anything about IT and AI? So what are we doing about that? Do we have teachers who are equipped to handle this question? So, you know, we don't have mentors, we don't have students equipped to, you know, negotiate this a new pathway that is being created. So it's great, exciting times, yet we are at the aspirational stage. You know, the impact stage will come much later. We have to really work very hard to reach that.
True, sir. True word, sir. So just to add to this question, sir, you are running a university in basically a tier 3 city, if I may say. Mathura is not that well developed as compared to rest of the places in Delhi NCR. So what difficulties did you face in running a private university in Mathura specifically? Would you be in a better place if you have started in Delhi, Bangalore, or let's say Hyderabad? And how did your university actually make a difference in a tier 3 city with your help?
Well, that was a choice that we made to start in Mathura, and not it was somebody else's choice. Yes, there has been some problems when we start in tier 3 cities. Infrastructure is one problem, but when we started Sanskriti at Mathura, we never thought that we are going to make this university for the students of tier 3 students. It should be as comparable with the tier 1 city or the metro city, because every student in every part of the country has a zeal to learn, चाहे वो भारत के बिहार प्रदेश से आए, चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश से आए. So he should be getting the same level of education. Yes, the biggest problem that we face is the faculties that are supposed to be there, because yes, they have on their own aspirations, and the life in metro cities is totally different from the tier 3 cities. So we are facing a lot of problems. We faced initial years a lot of problems in the faculty areas, but now we can see we have a lot of faculties from down south, and we have all the when you talk about Ayurveda, engineering, paramedicals, faculties from down south, when they come from that side of the country, they are here for a longer period. So the cycle period of the faculty that there in the campus is more, and we have more sustainable, and tenure of the faculty is more higher. The good part is, you were talking about the negative part. The good part is, see, when the students come from a tier 3 city, they have more zeal to learn, and they are very focused, which I say compared to the students in the metro cities. Well, I think distraction is there much more. So we are very happy that, and we say with proud that at least 50% of the students come from the rural area, and they're working not in different parts of the country in India, but also in different parts of the world, say Dubai, Turkey, Paris. I talk about the students from agriculture, they're working in Israel and Ireland, so doing wonders over there. And they come from a very humble background. One is a son of a carpenter, and one is son of somebody else. So they have aspirations. So I think we are looking at, if we could fulfill the dreams, उनके सपनों को उड़ान दे सके. I think that is what we are looking at. So let's stick to the bottom, like what the aspiration of the parents and the students are.
सर, आपके स्टूडेंट स्टिग्मा फेस करते हैं जब बाहर जाते हैं कि अच्छा मथुरा से हो? Because I have seen this in many places, that when you are going there and say that I am from Mathura, maybe I may be from Nimans, Bangalore in my past, but now I am from Mathura. So कोई स्टिग्मा बच्चे फेस करते हैं और कैसे हैंडल करते हैं उसको?
ये स्टिग्मा से बच्चे फेस नहीं करते. Even the faculties from different areas, from who are small cities, when they come to metro cities, they come for interview. जब हम पूछते हैं आपके पिताजी क्या करते हैं, तो वो फार्मर बताने में बड़ा चिंतित और बड़ा शर्म महसूस करते हैं. तो मैं हमेशा ये कहता हूँ, मैं भारत देश से आता हूँ, और जहाँ से भी आता हूँ गर्व से कम है, यहाँ से आता हूँ, उसमें कोई शर्म नहीं आनी चाहिए. So that stigma is still there, but I think one thing is that you give the exposure to the students. So I think in a span of 3 to 4 years, we give good exposure to the students from with the industries, and उनको corporate का exposure दें, either in internships, and the time at the corporate level that they spend during their internships is a time where they come out of stigma. So it takes time for that, but yes, it is a stigma. But I think so by the time they pass out, 70% of the stigma goes away. But कहीं ना कहीं वो background को feel रहता है. So I think that is part. But Bharat is changing. So I think thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister, what he is doing for the country, and the infrastructure is changing. Roads had made a very distinctive change, that people are connecting with each other now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, sir, my question will be, what I know of your college, जब से आपका college मुरादाबाद university, more of a medical college guy, तो मैं वहीं पे चला जाता बार-बार. So the whole ecosystem of Moradabad changed just because of TMU. So I just remember one thing, that when you pass through TMU, it looks like a separate city in itself. So having a private universities in cities like Moradabad, how helpful it is for the local ecosystem, if you can reflect on that.
Actually, this university is not built overnight. It took almost 25 years of hard work of our Honorable Chancellor, Sri Suresh Jain. TMU started with Management College in 2001. Then in 2005, they started Dental College, 2007 Medical College, and in 2008, it became private university. Even the land has been added at different points in time. If you see as on date, it's looked like a very big, huge campus, but it is not built in a single year or overnight. So it is having a lot of hard work and commitment from many people. Started with our Chancellor, our Group Vice Chairman, and other people. And there are many faculty members and our deans, they are there in the system for last 25-26 years. So it happens because people are committed for the development of the society, development of the So development of the society was kept in mind by our Honorable Chancellor, and slowly and gradually different colleges were started. And if we talk about our 50 to 60% students, we are catering to the students of the Moradabad division, which is consisting of 5 districts. And we are attracting the students almost from all the states of the country. In our engineering program, in our medical program, in our dental program, students are coming from all across the country. In our PhD program, people are coming from all across the world. There are different countries wherein students are coming. I'm happy to share here that our is a Jain minority university. We cater to 2,000 almost Jain students, and we offer the very concessional education to them. 50% fee concession is given to them on a tuition fee, and 20% almost on the hostel fee. And we are not only providing the quality education to the students, we are inculcating the ethical values amongst the students. So we are making the good human beings with a lot of professional skills. Because of the Jain minority university, we have also established a Center for Jain Studies. And as per NEP guidelines, we have also established a Center for Indian Knowledge System. In the Center for Indian Knowledge System, what we have done, we have connected very high profile executives and senior professionals through various online conclaves. Recently, we concluded a series of 12 conclaves. Each conclave was done every month. We are inviting 5 to 6 experts online. And each conclave was recorded and converted into a research paper. And all these have been research papers are being published in the form of a book. That would be a good value addition in the area of Indian knowledge system. So as far as medical is concerned, all the OPD patients are being treated free of cost. So it's a huge contribution to the society, and we have adopted 8 nearby villages, 5 under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan and other 3 also. So the contribution to the society is huge, and we are committed for developing the students, and we are also committed to develop a center of excellence in artificial intelligence by investing a huge money. But the constraint is, whatever money you invest in AI, that is less.
That is true. That is true. So एक प्राइवेट मेडिकल कॉलेज से शुरुआत होकर पूरी यूनिवर्सिटी बनी, और आप वहाँ पे जाके देखेंगे ना, लोगों की सोच बदल चुकी है. वहाँ पे बच्चे पढ़ना चाहते हैं, मेडिकल में एडमिशन लेना चाहते हैं. तो नॉट जस्ट द इकोनॉमी, द होल इकोसिस्टम ऑफ थिंकिंग हैज़ चेंज इन मुरादाबाद जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ TMU. सो मैं आपसे थोड़ा टफ क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा. विल कम टू NAAC एक्रेडिशन फॉर यूनिवर्सिटीज़. तो बहुत बार प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के लिए कहा जाता है कि बहुत पब्लिकेशंस करते हैं, बहुत पेटेंट्स करते हैं, है ना. तो आपका इसमें क्या राय है कि ये NAAC के रूल्स के हिसाब से हमें फॉलो करना पड़ता है, इसीलिए हम करते हैं, कि हम उसको थोड़ा सिस्टम को चेंज भी कर सकते हैं, कि इसको हम थोड़ा इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम की तरफ ले जाएं, कि नॉट जस्ट पेपर्स एंड पब्लिकेशंस बट वी कैन ऑल्सो फोकस ऑन रियल प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट. उसमें क्या आप एडवाइस करना चाहेंगे गवर्नमेंट को कि प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ क्या करें ऐसा, बिकॉज वी ऑल नो वेन एवर अ पॉलिसी फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट कम्स, प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ आर फर्स्ट टू फॉलो एंड फर्स्ट टू मेक चेंजेस इन देयर प्रेमाइसेस. तो NAAC को आप क्या सलाह देना चाहेंगे कि हम पेपर्स और पेटेंट से ऊपर उठ के प्रोडक्ट में आ जाए?
क्वेश्चन का आंसर आपने खुद ही दे दिया है. मेरे लिए कुछ बचा नहीं है. लेकिन हाँ, इसको कैसे कर सकते हैं, हम लोगों के कैप्स्टोन प्रोजेक्ट्स होते हैं फाइनल ईयर में, और NEP के साथ सेकेंड सेमेस्टर, थर्ड सेमेस्टर, फोर्थ सेमेस्टर, फिफ्थ, सिक्स्थ और सेवन्थ में भी ट्रेनिंग्स और प्रोजेक्ट्स छोटे होते हैं, स्मॉल प्रोजेक्ट्स. उन प्रोजेक्ट्स को हम लोग शुरू से सेकेंड सेमेस्टर से बच्चे को एक वर्टिकल देने की कोशिश करते हैं. उस एक ही वर्टिकल में यदि उसके 4 प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं छोटे छोटे, जिससे कि वो फाइनली एक प्रोडक्ट बना सकता है, वो बिल्कुल NAAC पे जुड़ता है. मतलब वो ऐसा नहीं है कि ओनली द नंबर ऑफ पब्लिकेशंस आर इन साइलोज या फिर पेटेंट्स आर इन साइलोज, इनोवेशन इज, ऐसा नहीं है. ये सारा के सारा एडिशन माना जाता है कि यू आर वर्किंग टुवर्ड्स इनोवेशन, दैट इज़ ऑलवेज देयर, और उसी की तरफ जाते हैं, क्योंकि बच्चे से पहले दिन से आप नहीं कह सकते हैं। आज आई कैन से इन दिस गैदरिंग कि मेरे यहाँ पर एक सेकेंड ईयर के 2 बच्चे, उन्होंने फाइनल ईयर के 2 बच्चों को एम्प्लॉय किया है।
ग्रेट।
तो ये चीज़ें हैं जो कि वी कैन बी प्राउड ऑफ। हमारे पास स्टार्टअप के नंबर एज इट इज़ नहीं, दैट इज़ graduated startup, I cannot say 3 or 5 or 7 are there, but many of them are there. The students are studying in 3rd semester, 4th semester, 5th semester. They are earning money, they are having their own startups, they come for the mentorship. बस इसमें बस दिक्कत कहाँ पर है ना, मैं बार बार शायद सभी लोग वही कह रहे हैं कि बॉटलनेक हमारा फैकल्टी है, नंबर ऑफ़ फैकल्टी कमी होना, उसके बाद उनकी लगातार अपग्रेडेशन ट्रेनिंग बहुत ज़रूरी है, चाहे प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी हो या अदरवाइज़ गवर्नमेंट यूनिवर्सिटी हो, कुछ भी, ये एक बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो जो वही पब्लिकेशंस हैं, वही पेटेंट्स और उससे प्रोडक्ट्स, एंड फाइनली दैट कैन टर्न आउट टू बी अ कंप्लीट बिजनेस। वो तो सब एक ही पाइपलाइन है। यदि मेरा प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट आइडेंटिफाइड है, एक्चुअली प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट आइडेंटिफाई करना ये मुश्किल काम है। प्रॉब्लम वो होना चाहिए इंडस्ट्रियल लेवल का, इंडस्ट्री से ही बात करनी पड़ेगी। तो एक गवर्नमेंट का भी फोरम है और हम लोग के पास भी अपने होते हैं जिसमें हम इंडस्ट्री से बोलते हैं कि आप अपना प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट हमें दो, और हमारे पास टैलेंट भी है, तो सॉल्व होता है।
Sure. So, I'll take this question forward. How can we make entrepreneurs out of students in a private university with having the constraint of funding that is not from government?
A Sharda University, we have Sharda Launchpad, you know that. एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बनाने के लिए एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाना बहुत ज़रूरी है। जैसे अगर कोई लड़का स्विमिंग स्पोर्ट्स कर सकता है बट स्विमिंग पूल नहीं है, सो वो गुजर जाएगा, फिर ही कैनॉट प्रोड्यूस नो स्विमर्स। तो हमारा जो इंस्टीट्यूट बिल्डिंग है, नाउ आई एम ऑलमोस्ट 7 years द लॉन्गेस्ट सर्विंग वाइस चांसलर इन शारदा यूनिवर्सिटी। हम शुरू से इकोसिस्टम बिल्डिंग में बिलीव किया है। तो शारदा लॉन्च पैड में अभी तक लास्ट 6 years इन माई टेन्योर 70 एंटरप्रेनर्स, एंड उसमें से कुछ एंटरप्रेनर बहुत अच्छे बन गया है। जैसे आगवा हेल्थ केयर में कम से कम 200 करोड़ का टर्नओवर हो गया उसका। अब इकोसिस्टम कैसे बनाएंगे? एंटरप्रेनर बनाने के लिए यूनिवर्सिटी में एक प्लेटफॉर्म देना पड़ेगा। फर्स्ट ईयर में आप स्टूडेंट्स को आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा कि हु आर ऑल इंटरेस्टेड टू बिकम मोर इंटरेस्ट और इंक्लिनेशन इज देयर टुवर्ड्स द एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप। देन वी हैव एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप क्लब, so almost 200 students, they managed by these students, and then if they have some innovative ideas, do I have the sufficient space and the guidance and the manpower and the resource facility so that they can nurture their ideas into product? Then they will think about that how that products can be taken up for the further venture as an entrepreneur business model. So how to start the business, how they will do the digital marketing, where is the space. So we have very huge space. Now recently again we have created 5,000 square feet extra, and it will be inaugurated by MSME secretary. We are hoping that he will come, because in ITBI we have got 3 crore funds in DST ITBI. Investors, the 10 crores I was talking, that basically investor summit you have to do. Students, if they want to do some entrepreneurs, or they want to launch the company, they need some money. University cannot provide such huge money. Only say 3-4 students are there. In my personal intervention, 6 lakhs rupees I have given to start. But otherwise, we have a very standard process that any idea is there, 2 lakhs rupees immediately you will get. Some committee is there, they review, so एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को प्रमोशन करना पड़ेगा, यूनिवर्सिटी में प्लेटफॉर्म देना पड़ेगा, एक कल्चर क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा। दूसरा प्रॉब्लम ये है, कभी कभी यूनिवर्सिटी में जब कोई लड़का यूनिवर्सिटी में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट ले लिया, टाइम उसमें इन्वेस्ट करता है, फिर इधर क्लास छूट जाता है, ओके, फिर अटेंडेंस के लिए वो परेशान रहता है।
So couldn't be a part of curriculum itself?
ये करिकुलम में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज लर्निंग. It is not that fixed 1 or 2 credits you are giving. Based on the works, if first year to final year he put sufficient time to nurture his entrepreneurship activities, in each and every time we have to evaluate the work. System process should be there, panel should be there, and equivalent hours should be converted into credits. That is called true entrepreneurship based learning. We have done that based on the amount of hours invested, meaningful hours, and he is doing. Excuse them from some couple of electives. So those 2 courses, 6 credits, he can earn what time he is putting in the entrepreneurship based learning or developing the entrepreneurship activities and products.
Just to add to this, if we talk about NMC curriculum, do you think it is very rigid and not supporting innovation at all? Because the hours are fixed, the courses are fixed, the electives are fixed. It's very difficult to take out time for a doctor to become an entrepreneur.
You are talking medical?
Yeah.
See, NMC, I know those who are preparing for NAC also, even value added course दिखाने के लिए पसीना छूट जाता है.
सही बात है.
ठीक है, इलेक्टिव तो बहुत दूर की बात है. आप मेडिकल में आई डू नॉट नो, आई हैव वेरी ग्रीम एक्सपीरियंस एंड आई हैव ट्राइड माई बेस्ट, बट एक्स्ट्रा कोई करिकुलम और एक्स्ट्रा कुछ कंटेंट देना, मतलब उसमें क्रैक कर में घुसना, नॉट ऑफ एनएमसी, दे विल ब्रिंग इटसेल्फ दैट एनएमसी डज नॉट. बट डेंटल में मैंने बहुत क्रैक डाउन किया. डेंटल का उन्होंने जिस तरह से एमडीएस का प्रोजेक्ट रिव्यू का रूब्रिक्स दिया है, या जो प्रोजेक्ट फुलफिलमेंट होता है उसका 2 साल का जो प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट करने के लिए, तो हमने अपना तरीक़ा से उसको रूब्रिक्स बना के कॉम्पिटेंसी बेस्ड लर्निंग का काफ़ी मॉडिफाई किया है. टीचिंग लर्निंग में वैल्यू एडेड कोर्स वहाँ भी दिया है, इलेक्टिव कोर्सेज किया, बट देन यू हैव टू गिव इट आउटसाइड द करिकुलम बिकॉज देयर मॉड्यूल इज डिफरेंट. NMC is very difficult to do.
It is very difficult.
Very difficult, but I do not know whether MNC will permit that you replace some course, or flexibility is there, like you take SWAYAM or even anything, any AI based module is there, they will learn. But yes, we are giving lot of over and above training, robotic surgery training and many other things. And when this MD and the MBBS students does the internship, we try that how their meaningful internship can be converted into some intellectual property. For that, certain guidelines we have fixed, but as such replacing some existing courses and give the different electives, it will be very bold step and very difficult to do.
Thank you, sir.
Medical.
So just building on the conversation with sir. So currently BFI is in partnership with many IITs, and you won't imagine that many IITs are looking to open a medical college. So my first question was normally to them that how will you manage the curriculum? You want to open a medical college because you want to teach innovation to the MBBS students through IIT. But where is the time for that, sir? So your opinion on that?
No, so I think we have to think laterally. In the United States, you can do your basic degree in medicine and go on to do research. So it has that option. Right, you can be a MD or a MD PhD. So that is a longer course, longer program. So we need to innovate along those lines. That is one possibility. That it need not be just a 4.5 plus 1 year internship program. It could be an 8-year program. And those, because not everybody is built to carry out research or innovation. Only some people are so blessed. So give them that opportunity, give them that window. And so, like you said, NMC has been very straight-jacketed, But then the big question is, what are we trying to produce? Healthcare professionals, or healthcare scientists, or healthcare researchers? These are 3 different categories. So you have to think afresh. You have to maybe create all 3. Large number would be healthcare professionals catering to the health needs of the people. But, we talk of research, H-index, so on. But I always have this question, how much have we contributed seminally to the global tank of knowledge in medicine?
Not much.
Right? Considering the large population we have, such a large data set we have, and we have a huge heritage in Ayurveda. You know, I mean, we were easily the forerunners in around 600 BC. What Sushruta has enunciated or Charak has described, you know, you would be surprised that angina pectoris, for example, coronary heart disease, is very well described in Sushruta and Charak.
That is true.
You know, so it's been described as Ritshul. And he has also talked about it being a manifestation of oxygen shortage, you know, in a way. So it's you know, open to interpretation. However, so this is interesting, you know. I mean, so we need to take on that lineage, jump on the bandwagon, and grow, really. Yeah.
So I'll pass the mic to Jain sir directly. So ISC has recently come up with a medical college, and they are, like sir said, starting a MD PhD program. On the other hand, we are seeing that many preclinical branches like anatomy, biochemistry, physiology, there are no takers for them. So how, see, these are the basic research branches, and people are not willing to take them. So then how will this focus on research come back to medical colleges, and how we'll do that, because everyone wants a clinical branch now?
We have started MSc Medical, BSc Medical and MSc Medical, and not many, but the students on every branch. We have got 5 branches. Anatomy is one of them, then microbiology is another, pharmacology is the third one. So MSc students are doing MSc, and we have also started offering PhD program and medical. So through PhD program, a lot of research is being conducted, number one. Number two, our various doctors from the medical college have collaborated with the various faculty members of engineering college. So they are doing the joint research, especially in the area of artificial intelligence and its applications. Like one of the PhD scholar, in fact he is my PhD scholar, he is working on heart disease prediction system. So a lot of interdisciplinary research is being conducted. So the medical doctors are being encouraged to collaborate with engineering college faculty members, and so that is supporting us. That is supporting us in terms of publications, in terms of, you know, filing patents, and in terms of getting the grants from the funding agencies.
Sure, sir. I'll switch on to Shivram sir. Sir, just add to it, how can we bring back students back to preclinical and paraclinical branches, which many seats are getting empty currently?
So in Sarda University, we have nursing, pharmacy and allied health science, besides the dental and medical. So dental medical, no seats are unfilled. And these paramedical courses, which is the second largest school, more than 1,500 students. So these are all courses are running very good in Sarda. As such, we are not facing any problem. But yes, in the preclinical and clinical aspects, no, if you can create the ecosystems of opportunity of such experiential learning, students of course will be attracted. Such as our nursing programs, why it is so hit. And no,
I'll just interrupt you in between for just one comment. अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ का तो सर ये हाल है कि आई थिंक आपको एनाटॉमी का प्रोफेसर भी बहुत सारे पैसे दे के ही मिल रहा है आजकल, तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ की आई डोंट थिंक सो फाइनेंशियली तो उसमें सीलिंग में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, स्टिल पीपल आर नॉट अडॉप्टिंग, तो उसका क्या सर सोल्यूशन?
Problem is, basic challenge is those medical colleges, those who are operating in the remote area, straightforward, there is a problem of getting the doctors. Okay. And here in Sarda, since it is very close to Delhi, you get retired doctors from AIMS and other hospitals. So eminent doctors are there, they are doing. But in medical education, the research is the biggest problem. Why I will tell you, very difficult to engage the doctors in the other activities besides their clinic, even for documentation also. And then only some of the young doctors, if they are motivated, besides the clinic, you can engage them in some kinds of research. There's a 4 doctors only are working in our AI cell. So the clinical works is so preoccupied and they are interested, and also to catch up them and to, but when you discuss with them, they have n number of problems. Those problems can be converted into technology problems and then you can solve that. But sitting itself is a problem. Time निकालना, उसको जोड़ के continuously engagement करना एक problem है. Medical और non-medical का जो multidisciplinary research environment create करेंगे, there is a operational issues.
Sure.
And every university frankly can admit that because of inherent responsibilities and activities and different kind of responsibilities of the doctor, there is a challenges to bring them besides cleaning into the research. So
Sure.
this is the issues.
So I'll switch over to ma'am, and sorry for skipping the row because the discussion was about medical colleges. Simple question, ma'am, to you. Do we need more private universities or do we need to strengthen the existing ones?
When you say strengthen, you mean funding the private university?
Yeah, so government policy is you open more colleges, you open more universities. They are supporting that also in a big way.
No, I understood that. But you said supporting the private universities. What do you mean by, I mean, funding the private universities?
Funding as a policy, supporting them to expand from, let's say, GL Bajaj can expand from Mathura to Aligarh to Agra and many other places, instead of opening a totally new university in a new area.
I think both.
Both, okay.
Yes. Because you need more numbers also and you need better quality also. So the universities that are really doing well should be funded well, should be supported with the policies. And yes, we'll go into intricate details of the policies of the universities and extended centers and all those things. I don't want to go into it. But numbers also should increase. Because there is a population that is coming to HEIs, higher education institutions. Still there is population which is willing. So numbers we need at the pyramid, lower base of pyramid, we need more numbers, and the higher we need better quality also. For the better quality, funding from the government is really needed a lot. Like in GL Bajaj, Greater Noida, we have an entire building which is dedicated for the innovation, 30,000 square feet, 18 floors. So this kind of setup, when it is coming from, support. But where I am, that is GL Bajaj Mathura, certainly I'll go for numbers.
मैम आप किसी भी गवर्नमेंट फंड की बात कर लें जो अनाउंस, जैसे ANRF अनाउंस हुआ, RD अनाउंस हुआ, आप जाएंगे देखेंगे तो ज़्यादातर IITs को जा रहा है, ज़्यादातर गवर्नमेंट कॉलेजेस को जा रहा है. इवन द गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज दैट आर गिविंग यू NAC A+ ग्रेडिंग, जब NAC A+ मिल ही गया है तो हम में और उनमें अंतर क्या और क्यों करना चाहिए अंतर?
कोई अंतर नहीं करना चाहिए. यदि आपने एक्रेडिटेशन स्टैंडर्ड सही रखे हैं और उनको फॉलो सही किया है, उसमें अमैलगमेशन नहीं हुआ है, उसमें कोई मिक्सचर नहीं हुआ है, तो कोई फ़र्क नहीं है. वरना उस स्टैंडर्ड्स का ही मतलब नहीं है. यदि आप बाइफरकेट कर रहे हैं, हमारे पास एज प्राइवेट कॉलेज वी हैव द स्टूडेंट्स फ्रॉम काउंसलिंग एंड वी हैव 15% स्टूडेंट्स मैनेजमेंट. बट वंस द पर्सन कम्स इनसाइड द कॉलेज गेट, दैट्स माई स्टूडेंट. तो कोई फ़र्क होना नहीं चाहिए. यदि है तो गलत है.
जी, I'll switch on to Sachin sir. सर, आपने तो जीवन की शुरुआत एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर ही करी और फिर ये यूनिवर्सिटी इस्टेब्लिश करी, तो आपसे बेहतर शायद मुश्किल ही कोई बता पाए कि एंटरप्रेन्योर को यूनिवर्सिटी सेटअप में किस तरह से प्रमोशन कर सकते हैं उसको. प्लस इसके साथ मैं ये भी जोड़ना चाहूँगा कि संस्कृति यूनिवर्सिटी के जो आगे के प्लान्स हैं वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से कैसे अलाइन कर सकते हैं कि उसमें और आपको सपोर्ट मिल सके और उसमें प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को और गवर्नमेंट के साथ बॉन्डिंग हो सके?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई फील एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज़ नॉट एवरीबडीज केक. जो हम बात करते हैं इंडिया में स्टार्टअप्स बढ़ाने की, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप करने की, दैट इज़ वेरी गुड. द आइडिया हैज़ टू बी बिकॉज इंडिया नीड more of jobs, so we need more of entrepreneurs, that is right. But the end of the day, we need to understand that entrepreneurship is something something we used to say earlier, it's in your blood. But now to create entrepreneurs, you need a whole ecosystem where the ecosystem is driven by professionals and you have experts in each areas of domains like accounting, marketing, handling the production, whatever ideas you have. So yes, entrepreneurship, we are, as a Sanskrit University, we are promoting entrepreneurship and we have a target of around 100 startups. In last 1.5 years, we've made 20 startups now. The idea is to explore the idea. Many students have ideas, but they don't know how to execute it. So that is the ecosystem that builds on from there. You have a chartered accountant, you have a company secretary inside the entrepreneur. तो उस entrepreneurship को idea को sustain करने के लिए पूरा culture develop किया है हमने. We have special classes where it is not as a value-add course, but it is inbuilt. Students who have zeal for going into entrepreneurship. We have a club over there. We have interaction classes every Saturday. We have mentors coming out from the industry. Very small classes, batch of 5 to 6. It's not a big classroom. It's a 5 to 6 of batches where students interact their ideas and their reservations of bringing those ideas into picture and morality, pitching the deck. The deck pitching has to be very clear. So there you can clearly define that this guy can do it and this cannot do it, and the person who cannot do it, why he cannot do it. Either the idea is not correct, or the pitching is wrong, or he has to go further on from there. So entrepreneurship has to be built on in the ecosystem, number one. Number two, as Sanskriti, the vision from here is that we plan to have a medical college in coming years, and at the moment we're going for 430 beds. In next 3 years it will be around 1,000 beds. We plan to bring around 250 crores of investment in the university, and I can say that and vouch by 2026 end, whole of the university will be AI based, from admission to the pass out of the alumni, where we have started building on the apps, curriculums, and even the labs will be, all labs will be virtual labs where the student can do on the mobile. He does not need to have a i5 laptop also. It's available on the mobile, so that he is more user friendly, and there is an AI connecting person on the app who can really guide him from the. And the curriculum, I think what is more important is prompt is very important in the AI industry. So we are not doing only for the students of computer science engineering, but across pharmacy, law, how to use those prompts is very important. Because if you know the right prompt, how to dictate those prompts, I think you don't need to apply your mind somewhere else. But yes, the data in is data out, or garbage in is garbage out. So you need to apply your brains. You should be street smart for applying those datas. And if you're street smart, AI is always there. So prompting is important, like digital marketing is important. So these small set of courses in every department, from pharmacy, law, making a writ. You don't need to now go and make a writ now. You go to the AI and you give the right prompt, the writ is ready for you. So I think we need to make our students ready for the coming years. So that is our idea. Every student should be AI friendly. Every student should be digital marketing friendly. And you have street smart students over there. I think the sky is the limit.
Thank you. And with this, we come to the end of the session. I'll request all speakers to just give one comment from this platform, what they want government to do for private universities, especially in AI and related terms.
Yeah, I think we need to think more liberally, and hand-holding has to be there. Then only things will happen.
Treat equally the public funded and private universities, not make a line over there, that these are public funded or private universities. I think when you are a university, you are a university.
Like ma'am said, if the agencies for evaluation are same, then treatment should be same.
Already there are a lot of agencies who are monitoring you. So I think you can have a model for that. But why, if the same amount of funding is given to private universities, what you give to the IITs, I think we have many IITs in private universities.
My suggestion to the government would be that in each division level, there must be a hub, and that can be the center of excellence for the artificial intelligence, and it should be in a PPP model. 50% of the investment can be done by the university, 50% to be supported by the government, and that hub created at divisional level should support the other institutions of that division. I think that ecosystem will work in the long run.
That's a great suggestion, sir.
3 तरीके से सपोर्ट कर दीजिए। पहला, कम्युनिकेशन, फाइबर ऑप्टिक केबल डाल दीजिए, हर जगह वाईफाई और इंटरनेट मुझे मिल जाए। दूसरा, डेटा मिल जाए, एनोनिमस हो, मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं, लेकिन मेरे बच्चों को डेटा मिल जाए जिससे कि वो मॉडल्स को ट्रेन कर सकें। नंबर 3, सर्वर में स्पेस और पर आवर बेसिस सब्सक्रिप्शन कम कर दिए जाए। इस वक्त 500 रुपीज़ पे चल रहा है, 350 तक भी आया है, H100 जैसे सर ने कहा उसका, लेकिन इसको 150 तक कर दें जो कि एक स्टूडेंट भी अफोर्ड कर ले पर आवर, और 2 घंटे में बहुत काम हो जाता है यदि आपका थॉट सही है तो कम्युनिकेशन, डेटा एंड सब्सक्रिप्शन ऑफ द सर्विस।
Great advice.
I think we have already given suggestions to regarding the ANRF, excluding the private universities. I am happy to announce that this node has arrived in Parliament, so this is being discussed now.
Great.
And second thing, that was given in a very big platform by Sarda University, and then is a era of AI. AI is unavoidable, so you have to make AI enabled university. But problem is there in India. If really you want to promote and make the AI culture, this in Jamnagar, the Ambani group, they are establishing the AI center, and when full-fledged 5G with edge computing feature will be deployed, and then again in 2030 6G will come, every person, every individual will get AI tool. But it will be too late. Before that, India should establish the AI facilities for universities. And also these journals and these libraries and all those digital facilities, still it is not open for private. Why, I do not know. Very well can be done. So we have to work seamlessly. And one point to add, just I'll take 50 seconds, that it is obvious that you are targeting higher education's 50% GER, and you want to become Vishwaguru and global leader. So quality and quantity both should be there. Wrought publications and without, in the AI and in the 6G and in the your robots. In these cases, if you are targeting that 10% patent should be owned by the India, now you understand that what kind of resource is required and how many applicants should be there in the global level. Do we have that resource? So government should think that.
That is great advice.
The last point I would like to add, that in each of the artificial intelligence center of excellence, it should be mentored by one of the IT company of the India. Then only we can think of a successful model. Otherwise, there is a problem of faculty members and who are, so trained manpower is not available. So if it is mentored and supported by the industry, that would be great.
Just a quick point, I think, because they're the chief executives of all the universities and even those who have initiated the universities. So I think it's also important that the private universities should come together. There should be a consortium.
That is so true, sir. Thank you, everyone, and I'll definitely take all these findings, compile them and take it to the relevant ministries. BFI does this job very well for rest of the sectors, and now it's time for do it for private universities also. इस पैनल की एक ख़ास बात ये भी है कि यहाँ पे जो भी लोग बैठे हैं वो सब एफर्ट से बैठे हैं हमारे अरुण जी भाई साहब के, जो कि राष्ट्रीय संघ के विश्व हिंदू परिषद के प्रांतीय अध्यक्ष हैं, और मेरे ख्याल से समिट में ये अकेला ही इवेंट होगा जो कि विश्व हिंदू परिषद के सौजन्य से संपन्न हुआ है। इसके साथ साथ मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा हेल्पिंग सोल फाउंडेशन का भी, जो टायर 2 टायर 3 सिटीज़ में इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए इनोवेशन प्रोग्राम्स चलाती हैं विद द हेल्प ऑफ RSS 2। प्लीज़ लर्न अबाउट इट एंड डू सपोर्ट इट। मैं लास्ट में बोलना चाहूँगा अरुण जी को कि कुछ शब्द कह के इस कार्यक्रम को सम्मान करें।
बहुत छोटे से निवेदन पर आप सब लोग यहाँ आए, उसके मतलब वो वास्तव में मेरे लिए बहुत सौभाग्यशाली क्षण है। और आगे भी हम सभी मिलकर इस प्रकार का जो सारा उपक्रम है देश हित में करते ही रहेंगे। सबके सहयोग से ही देश आगे बढ़ेगा। बस मुझे लगता है कि आज के अवसर पर आपका धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हुए मैं अपनी बात को पूरा करूँ।
Thank you panel, thank you Dr. Gaurav. Before the panel moves, I request Mr. Ashish Bhargavedi to please felicitate our esteemed panelists and moderator. Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you, Dr. Gaurav. We are now shifting gears and moving to our next panel discussion. We are moving from the discussion on education to investment. The next discussion is titled Investing in Biotech and MedTech, Risk, Regulation and Global Opportunity. As the dais is getting clear, let me introduce the moderator for the next panel, Ms. Shreya Sanvi Malik, who is the program head for Life Sciences at the BFI Innovation Network. Shreya ma'am, please. The dais is yours. Shreya will be introducing the rest of the panel as well.
Hi everyone, we'll be starting the panel discussion in a minute, so everyone can please settle down.
People in and around the BFI pavilion, I please request you to take your seats. The panel is just beginning. Shreya ma'am, you're good to go. The stage is set and the discussion begins.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for joining for this panel discussion. I hope my voice is clear. Yes. So I'm Shreya Malik. I'm from Vadhwani Foundation. And today we are here to discuss a very important topic, that's investing in biotech and medtech startups, looking at risk regulation and investment in India. And we have a fantastic panel with us. We have Dr. Vibhuti Agarwal, who's group partner, Real Time Angel Fund. Then we have Dr. Vishal Gandhi, who's founder and CEO, BioRx Venture Advisors. Mr. Abhishek Kakkar, VP Investments from Indian Angel Network. And Mr. Anuj Maheshwari, who's also associated with RTF and from ex-Kano Group, Indonesia. And he's been also involved in many other startups. Thanks a lot for being a part of this panel. So India is at a fascinating inflection point. We've known as the vaccine powerhouse, we've known to develop cost-effective clinical trials. But do we have it to become the venture innovation powerhouse? Do we have that capability? The government has come up with a lot of policy impetus in medtech and biotech. And but then, you know, there are so many other risks and barriers for biotech and medtech startups to come to the market. So through this discussion, through a candid discussion with our prolific investors, we'll try to figure out what's working, what's not working, and what can we do to become an investment powerhouse. So we'll begin with a small introduction by our panelists about themselves, a little bit about their VC fund, and any particular lead example of a biotech medtech deals that they've done, and they can share with the audience. Over to you, Abhishek.
Well, the mic's not working. Is this one working? Yeah. Am I loud enough? All right. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. It's exciting to be here. I think it's bigger, louder. Okay. Is this better? All right. So, well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abhishek. I'm part of the investments team at IN Group. Most of you would know us as an angel network and an angel platform, but we are much more than that. Today we are India's largest horizontal early stage investing platform. We invest anywhere from pre-seed to Series A plus actually, across 3 different funds. We have an angel fund, categorically investing in pre-seed to pre-series A. We have a growth fund investing in Series A and A plus opportunities. And we have been investing across different sectors. We are agnostic primarily. Today we have a portfolio of 300 plus companies and sure. All right, so we have invested in some 300 odd companies till date. It's been 20 years. Some of the prominent life sciences company that we have invested in, Serigen, Pandorum, we recently invested in Prantis Solutions. So if you look at it, we have deep experience and expertise in investing in biotech companies to bio angels as well. Essentially looking at AI plus biotech infrastructure, precision biotherapeutics, precision medicine, specific industrial life sciences and biotech for climate change, so climate tech. These are some areas where we are categorically focusing today, and we have some investments. There are a few in the works at this point. We have not announced them yet, but so I cannot disclose the names. But they're primarily into live biotherapeutics, precision therapeutics, metabolic therapeutics. So there are a bunch of things that we are currently in the works and soon to be announced.
Hello. Yeah. Very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Dr. Vibhuti Agarwal. I'm a doctorate in medical genetics from JNU, so I come with a research background. And for past 10 years, we have been investing into startups, and for past 3.5 years, we have been investing to a fund which is known as Real Time Angel Fund, and we invest into early stage startups. And when we invest into the startups, we also come as strategic investors. We handhold them and give them strategic support and give them our investor, our LP Connect, and connect them to global CXOs and take them forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, BFI, for the opportunity. So my name is Dr. Vishal Gandhi. So guys, maybe 23 years ago, I was just like you as a researcher. So I started a company under Dabur India called Onquest, one of the finest molecular diagnostic labs, which is now about 500 crore revenue company. Then definitely, I'm sure all of you are aware about a company called Laxi, where I started a precision, what Abhishek talked about, precision genomics. The whole business of genomics started in research level in 2002, and I was very fortunate to start that business for Laxi. Later gave up my career as a researcher, got into IT, became an IT agent, patient agent, didn't like it, ventured into sort of banking, had the life sciences vertical at Yes Bank, funded a very interesting business models, whether CRO, biotech, pharmaceuticals, digital health, and one of my market transactions that I worked was setting up Dr. Srihan's project, and I think almost 1,000 crore for that project. So very, very fortunate that I was able to get that sort of exposure. And for about 14 years, I have been sort of mentoring startups, and investing in startups in the area of healthcare. And I also lead something called Indian Healthcare Union. We have invested in 40 plus startups. There is hardly any area in healthcare continuum that we have not invested in. And so we are very deeply looking at healthcare as a platform, not just as a pure play investment, but very operator-led platform, wherein we have picked up companies, where we have supported companies from IT strategy to monetization, to business models, to refinement, to fundraising, to exit. So the whole idea of our platform, what we call as Indian Healthcare Angel, is to not just look at investment, but create an impact through the market linkages, strategic partnerships, because that's very relevant in the biotech industry. And then of course the exit, because one of the constant fear that we think all the investors have, that they don't get exits in biotech and pharmaceutical area. And I think this is where we have perspective, and we have for us, we will not be investing in any company where we cannot elicit exit. And exit should be for the founder, and exit should be for the investor. And I think that is what we have been able to achieve so far. We've invested, as I said, 41 companies, but exit is only 3. But we are very confident that we'll be able to give exit to our investors, including my own money that are invested through a family office called BioCap Ventures. So this is how we are differentiated. We understand the sector through and through, from IT perspective to commercial due diligence to funding to exit. And I think we're very, very keen to meet startups like you, where we think we can add value, and we will invest only in companies where we can add value. Otherwise, there's too much of capital available, and that may not be our sweet spot. Our sweet spot is, if we can add value, we will invest. If we cannot add value, there are many more people who could be actually looking at investing in you, and good luck with your strategy of investment. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is CA Anuj Maheshwari. My profile is slightly different. I am more from industry side, and an angel investor. I am with 21 years of post-qualification experience working with fast scaling businesses such as Oyo, Flipkart, Cars24. Last 7 years I spent in Indonesia, Jakarta, from a family-run business to convert their journey from fundraise to IPO and merger and acquisition. So kind of scaling business is my specialty as a strong business partner. I started my angel investing journey in middle of COVID, so 2020, where I did my first investment, and that is with a mental wellness company. Since now, I have invested in angel capacity, and along with RTF and Fluid Ventures, around 31 startup, met around 1,000 plus investor, and that gives me, if on weekend if I am doing nothing, I am maybe meeting with some founder. So that's my passion in terms of in my individual capacity to support. As far as this sector is concerned, I think a lot of changes happen over the period, especially post-COVID. So currently, if I look at my portfolio, I am currently invested in 3 companies, which is related to health tech some way. One is basically, as I mentioned, the first one with a mental wellness company who is basically working on solution on a mental wellness side. Second one is basically the preventive diagnostic on the cardio side. And the third one basically very recently is on a disease model, which is basically fast tracking the vaccination process. So those has been my investment philosophy so far. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the introduction, and we are truly honored that we have such a diverse, talented, multidisciplinary panel with us, and we are thankful to BFI and HS Foundation for inviting all of us. So now let's deep dive into the panel discussion, and my first question would be on the investment thesis, because generally whenever we meet young innovators and startups, they are who are building products, who are in their technology commercialization journey, they really want to know that as a philanthropy foundation, maybe BFI or Vadhwani Foundation or early stage investors, where do you see the growth opportunity in next 5-10 years? Is it AI for healthcare? Is it new age science platforms? Or would you focus on affordable healthcare, cost-effective healthcare, or products which are already there in the developed market? Or is it precision medicine, but has it shown results in the market? Is it being adopted by hospitals? So this question is specifically for Abhishek and Vibhuti.
So as far as our investment thesis goes, we invest in pretty early stages. If you break down and I'll keep it specific to life sciences, while we invest in is this better? Okay, awesome. So I'll start over again. Well, our investment thesis is basically purely focused on early stage investments across various domains. When it comes down to especially life sciences, biotech, medtech as a domain, it is categorically to understand the commercial viability of the project, not just looking at it as a lab scale setup or innovation which is basically just proving theoretical aspects of the work, right? Now, what do I mean by that? If you look at the journey of commercialization or basically product development in life sciences and medtech, you actually have your preclinical validation, then you move into regulatory validation, you move into in-human trials, and then get approvals and regulations for market, and then you essentially go into commercialization pathways, right? So if you look at these 5 stages, we break it down into milestones across each, and we then start coming in with strategic precision, again I'll call it precision investments, so that we can basically help the founder scale from one stage to the other. Now we start off very early, like I said, so we would look at companies which are in early stages. They have just gotten the science working at a lab scale, so just a tabletop model or a Schreck Flask model scale of the validation that they've gotten, and then we help them basically with funding to set up the lab, hire the right team, and then scale it from there. Now, looking into the next 5 years, like I mentioned earlier, we are looking at various aspects within life sciences. One is, we are sitting at the AI conclave. AI has helped quite a bit in terms of in the last 20 years, as a matter of fact, to advance this, this field with, compute coming in to help the researchers find out the right spaces and therapeutics working, right? So that is one very exciting space, right? We have computer vision, which is helping us in better diagnostics. We have, core AI compute, which is helping in building various models to understand this, whether a drug or a protein fold will work with a certain modality or not, before we get into the wet scale deployments, at the matter of fact. So we can work in silico before you work in vivo, right? Or in vitro, as a matter of fact. So we can basically work in models which can help researchers to expand and accelerate the process of discovery of the problem statement better, right? And that essentially is not just academic or R&D pursuit, it is a commercial industrial pursuit as well. So we are looking into these segments. Second is basically, like I mentioned, precision therapeutics. That again is basically either metabolic pathways or effectively live microorganisms, live biotherapeutics, or effectively protein biotherapeutics, right? Bioproteins. So we're looking at these various aspects and trying to find out right solutions to work at. We recently invested in Lamarck Biotech. Now that's a protein biotherapeutic. essentially helping with stabilizing thermosensitive biologics like insulin, vaccines. So that's an exciting space to be in, and it's a platform play. So they can today work with insulin, work on diabetes, type 2 diabetes, can move into macular degeneration, which is an eye disorder. So it's not a single intervention. There are platform play which can basically churn out multiple products. So that's the kind of, one example when kind of opportunities that we are looking at. A third space that we are very excited about is using biotechnology and life science into industrial use cases to basically, greenification of the supply chain, finding alternatives which are less polluting, helping us basically achieve our net zero goals, and is better for the environment, right? It could basically from the consumer domain to essentially industrial applications to, energy substitutes. We are looking into all of that. There is a life sciences aspect to it, so we still basically cover it into biotechnology, hence biology. So that's one. Lastly, we are also excited about the next 5 years, 10 years in India would essentially be all about indigenizing, high impact, high value, import goods that we basically get into medical devices and diagnostics, right? So we are trying to basically work with India-specific supply chain, India-specific problem statements to essentially build solutions within India so that we reduce our dependence on imports from Europe and US. Today if you by numbers we are importing 90% of our medical devices in India. So that's a huge space that we want to basically support and find out right use cases. There we have invested in Prantis Solutions, very interesting product, just a tabletop product to essentially just replicate as a gold standard, I'm saying. So somebody who understands the diagnostic space would know what a Beckman-Coulter device is, what is USCR. So this device essentially just brings that onto the table of a physician or a nephrologist. So they don't have to basically ask a patient to come day after with a USCR test, which is a urine sample test, and essentially required for pre-diabetics, diabetics, and kidney disorders to understand how the disease is progressing, right? This is the first step that any individual will get into. India has 100 million diabetic patients and larger pre-diabetic population. All of them are progressing if the disease progresses faster towards a nephrology, which is kidney failure, right? Essentially looking at this mass problem, screening and diagnostics with precision, which is as good as a gold standard as lab scale globally, is essentially a breakthrough innovation. Now, a small device, आपने all out का वो देखा canopy, it is as big as that. Connects with your Bluetooth on your phone, and the result is generated in 120 to 180 seconds. So that's the kind of innovations that we're talking about. So for next 10 years, indigenizing the entire value chain, building solutions which are basically working with clinical data and foundation for global scale, thinking FDA, and that's where we are basically primarily focusing on. We start as early as writing a 50 lakh check and go as high as 50 crores. So we invest across multiple stages, the first 5 stages that I mentioned earlier. Yeah, so that's an investment thesis and areas you're excited in.
Thanks, Abhishek, for sharing your insights and truly, working with startups which are going on a global scale like Prante and Lamarck, which are relevant not to just to the Indian market, but globally is very important, and IN has made very good investments. Over to you, Vibhuti. We would like to know your views on the growth opportunity for next 10 years.
So, hello. Yeah, so I can see that the audience mainly comprises of the students. So for the benefit of the student community and the young entrepreneurs, I would like to go with a very generic answer for this question. The question is that what kind of startups or what kind of founders we as investors would like to invest into. So the answer lies, the first thing, that there should be a technological moat for this, that they should build something which you have a fort and it has a strong walls. Second thing is that there should be an IP, as Vishal is already a patent agent and he can tell you the advantages of having a strong patent or a strong IP with the product. And then of course, commercialization potential, the market potential, and the potential of founders not to just love their product, because as innovators, I have been an innovator myself, and when we do research and when we develop something, we love our product so much that we are sometimes we are reluctant to pivot, sometimes we are reluctant to share the equity, sometimes we are reluctant to give it or change it. So it's good to love your product, but be ready to accept it in case it is not accepted in the market. So it should have a strong commercialization potential. Also, as you asked, and we are in AI Summit, so it is very important that we build AI not just for the sake of AI. We should build a strong AI system because, see, AI is like a student. It learns from teacher. You have to train it. So the quality of data sets is very important. So a student would be as good as the teacher, right? So teacher, the models which are training AI systems, now investors are also looking at the quality of data sets which were used to train the AI model. And when you are building as founders, as young innovators, when you are building AI model on health tech especially, you should ensure that you have a very, very strong, I mean, if you are if you are creating, for example, a AI model based on the pictures, make sure that they are high resolution and they're coming from authentic source. Just don't go into numbers, and build something which has a strong moat and strong commercial potential. Also, the founders should have a potential to commercialize their venture and take it to the global markets. And another thing that you talked about, the medical devices and the products, so they have a great potential with the, currently the government is promoting Make in India scheme, and so we are having a lot of incentives where founders are encouraged to build something and make something to manufacture in India. So these startups have a great potential in future.
We completely agree, Vibhuti. Commercialization potential and potential of the founders to take the product ahead is utmost important, and along with the product market fit. So moving on, we come to Vishal, who has a huge portfolio of medtech startups under Indian Healthcare Angels. So generally, biotech and medtech startups, they face a very long development cycle with a lot of clinical and regulatory and marketing hurdles. And sometimes you really don't know whether they will receive that manufacturing license or they'll be able to tap that market. So when you make those investment decisions, what are those check boxes in your mind that and how much delay is an investor willing to take in for launching of a product into the market?
Hi. Guys, can you hear me? But I can hear the echo. I can hear my own voice. Okay, this is better. So I think when it comes to healthcare particularly, our experience has been that biotech versus medtech. We have been looking at biotech from AI from even last 5 years, and we are very proud to share that we've invested in an AI biotech company, in fact 7 years ago, a company called Collaborix. In pharma and healthcare, manufacturing is inevitable, right? But how do you do cost optimization? By doing contract manufacturing. So Collaborix actually developed a blockchain solution, because we are now at BFI. So I can tell you that one of the first blockchain-based solution to monitor real-time basis of what factory is producing. Is it producing auditable product or not? Because contract manufacturing, the whole idea of contract manufacturing is that the brand should not be impaired. And they used to send their regulators, right, at the site. Now, how do you ensure that the Can I go ahead without? Oh, okay, fine. So in biotech, I think because there is a regulatory component, you got to have a complete vigilance on what's happening at the contract manufacturer side. So they created a blockchain-enabled solution, and today I can tell you that the solution is extended to even cell and gene therapy. And their global market is not India. Actually, they already started selling the product as an enterprise product in the US. So one contract, with a simple company like BMS is worth $5 million. That's the potential, and identifying such companies early on is our strength, and that has worked for us. Again, a very good example of medtech, right? While we've invested in companies which are doing service model, but we also found a very interesting company which is into robotics. Now, every hospital you go today, they market their hospital by way of saying that they have got a robotic system. Now, how do you ensure that the tier 2 hospital or tier 3 hospital can actually afford a robotic? And while the need for a robotic surgery is very important, it's already identified, right? And if you're going to spend 30 crores to buy a robotics machine, where is going to be return on investment? You're not going to get it. So we were able to work with a very interesting founder from IIT Kharagpur, and we venture builded him for about 5 years, and we got one of the finest LPs, limited partners, to invest into him along with me. And I'm very proud to say that within 9 months, we've actually raised close to 50 CR. And the idea is that this company should be able to provide robots for tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 medical colleges, and also for the medical hospital, because robotics have found their relevance in the healthcare, precisely in the surgery space. So I feel that picking up bets early on, and really working with the founders to navigate the path, which is the most difficult path, is regulatory. I think if regulatory is done from day one, I feel you can technically risk mitigated. Otherwise, just investing in a company and then leaving the company to do whatever they want to do, I don't think that's what a healthcare ecosystem in country can deliver. It has not delivered. Some of us don't talk about it, but some of us have not made any money in healthcare. And that is where I'm coming from, that unless and until you don't have a very close regulatory overview and how to go about mitigating the risk of regulation, mitigating the risk of IP, because I'm happy to share that I'm part of a project called Bharat Innovate, identifying even 100 startups, deep tech startups from India, is a very big exercise that has been conducted. So while we claim that we are a deep tech country, we are still very far from there, right? Because I was able to interview 80 plus biotech companies in the country as a process of Bharat Innovate. So I think one thing which is not very clear is whether is there a product market fit? Is there a product relevance required? Now, to be respectful to all the startups, guys, you're investing your time, energy without even actually doing a commercial validation of your idea. Most of you, when you develop a product, you go to the market and then people say this product was never required. And that's what I can tell you, that 80% of the products which are actually developed in the medical device industry till today, in last 10 years, guys, they are not even there in the hospital shelf because they were never required to be there, right? And there are 130 products out of 340 products in medical devices which are not even manufactured in India, and nobody is working on them. So the challenge is that where there is a demand, nobody is working on them. 123 products in an Indian hospital are still imported, but nobody has a management clue on this. And it is sad. And the products where actually there is a market, people are currently working on them, and redundancy, there is nobody to take the product, no profit margins, and unnecessary, building startups around it. This is a reality, guys. Nobody has combined the management way of looking at it from the scientific looking at it together. If you don't actually look at both when you start a business, I think you're never going to create value for yourself. Forget about investor. Investors will put money. They will come, put money. That's fine. For them, you are just 1 out of 100, right? But for you, you are 1 out of 1. So if you've not done a market validation, chances of actually creating a social impact and an economic impact is very less. So I think India really presents a lot of opportunity, but if you do not have the founder, of course founder is very critical, but if you do not have a team which understands IP, which understands regulation, which understands government liaising, which understands how to go about mitigating all the possible risks that you will face from, what Abhishek said, from seed stage to Series B, right? The risks are very different. And if you don't have the founding team to take care of all those aspects, guys, it's going to be a very difficult journey. So validating your commercial business idea is very important. People have developed, tens of the companies have developed very similar products without realizing that what is the balance sheet of Cure.ai. Cure.ai have burned $25 million. Who is going to give you $25 million to burn that? Are they still making money? Are they still unit positive? Nobody does that. But people just want to build product without actually having the nuance of looking at from a finance perspective. So if you don't look at from a finance perspective, guys, you are not going to build something which will have an impact. And this is what I want to just share, that startup faces 30 risks. And if you do not know how to mitigate those risks, you will not be able to build something which is really, really, really required in the country today. So for now, I think this is what I want to share. Thank you.
You've raised a very realistic point. In fact, people say that there is a garage of prototypes. The prototypes are made and they are just there at the shelves and garages. And you've given us a realistic feedback to philanthropy organizations like us that we can do a problem statement driven call for all the medical devices which are imported, and specifically innovators should be working on those. So moving on from regulatory to founders profile. So Anuj, I wanted to know from you is that scientific brilliance does not generally mean that a person will be able to manage a startup and also will be able to market it. So when you make investments at a seed level, what is very important? Is it the domain science? Is it the novelty of the product? Is it the market? Or is it just the founding team, that its brilliance? And what do you think would be critically important at that point?
Yeah, so for me, I'm a finance professional, and I think Vishal touched base this point of financial viability. So definitely the product is a soul for this kind of sector. Product is your soul. वो आत्मा है, उसके around उसकी commercial viability, it will make a financial sense or not, kind of how passionate is the team. What I noticed that, and Vibhuti also touched about that point, that sometimes we see the founder is in love with their product, right? And they should be, right? But coming out from that domain, keep developing, you keep improvising. Like something in finance, we see, we work on amendments, like chartered accountants always see amendments coming. So we keep telling that, कि आप प्रोडक्ट बना लो, इसका अमेंडमेंट करते रहना, बट डोंट वेट फॉर द प्रोडक्ट टू बी बेस्ट एंड देन लॉन्च इन द मार्केट, देन somebody else will come in the market and you will be not an early mover. So what I look at it when how is a founder mindset about their product, what they have built, something unique in terms of the market, commercial viability, will it make sense, and how quickly they can launch. The speed of execution is very much important, because without that, I think it will be a big thing. And given the capital they are raising currently, will it be sufficient for them to cross that hurdle and making it a commercial viable? So those are the few framework I personally use while selecting my investment framework.
Thanks a lot. And then, there's a question that a lot of startups had asked me that I should ask you. There are two questions for the entire panel, and maybe we can have quick responses. So I think Abhishek had already answered this question on the ticket size. Startups are always, very curious to know. So this is one question that I would like to ask all of you. And the second question is that a lot of startups keep saying that, how do we approach the investors? And we had sent our pitch deck and we had pitching sessions, and we didn't get a response. And of course, I understand the other side, that their pitch decks would not have been well prepared, or they are not at a particular stage. So we have a lot of young innovators with us. So some words of wisdom for them, that how should they meaningfully engage with investors, catch their, catch them, or connect with them. So yeah, if I would like to start with Abhishek and then moving on.
Well, if you ask about me and specifically IAN Group, one thing that really stands out is basically a crisp, clear communication on what you're trying to build. If you have cracked that and you have gotten the attention of the investor, and especially our team, then half of the job is done. Essentially, you need to understand it from the lens of that, let's understand the conversation between a salesman and a customer, right? A customer walks in, the salesman will basically explain the features of the product, demonstrate the product, tell the value of the product, if there's a discount that's going, what makes the deal lucrative, highlight all of those points, and then the transaction is done. The customer is okay, yes, I want this, right? At times you will also compare it with other solutions, right? It is as simple as that. You come in with your proposition, what you have built, what do you want to do in the next 5 years, work backwards from there, build it into 3 to 4 milestones. The current run rate and the raise that you're doing, where will it take you in terms of those milestones? And what would you do afterwards? What is your mitigation plan? If you basically just break it down into these 4 or 5 segments of your conversation, also translate into a pitch deck, your job's done. It essentially helps the other side, my people, my team, me, to simply, just understand it in a very simple fashion. So the easier you make it for everybody else to understand, don't use complex jargon. Don't only talk about, okay, I have a large market which is so many $1 billion. Understood, the market is huge. But within that market, what is your right to win is what's essential. So if you basically highlight in a crisp email or a pitch deck or a WhatsApp message or an elevator pitch, that's all that you need to basically reach out to us. We are active on LinkedIn. We get a lot of requests. It takes time for us to process all of it. But when we do that, we basically look for these markers to understand which are the ones that we should, opportunities that we should stack up and approach them before anything else. So we have that stack ranking going along on a day-to-day basis to understand which opportunities that we want to pursue. So solve for that. Write to us on email, reach out to me afterwards. I'll be happy to have a chat. Demo days help. Be part of any incubator, which is basically giving you better exposure to the network, opening up you to the larger ecosystem of investors. So all of these things are right forums for you to basically explore investor relationships at an early stage, but ensure that your product is all done. Don't chase funding for the sake of raising capital because you're doing a startup and it's part of the process. Raise for what you need, and what you need is basically product development. So your product roadmap is clear, rest everything will follow.
Yeah, so I'll go a step back from where Abhishek started, and so I'll go how to approach, as Shreya asked, that how to approach an investor, because we are infamous for being non-responsive and non-addressing to the founder's queries. So my first suggestion would be that we should avoid cold emails and cold calling, because they have a success rate of hardly 1.5% or 2% max. So they have a very low conversion rate. So please avoid this kind of communication, and also one should take it as a signal that if the response is not there, then probably there is a lack of interest from the other side. So there is, one should be, in interest of time, it's better to move on. That is first thing. And then as we already discussed, that we should have some, before approaching an investor, you should do some research on what kind of sectors they are investing into and what kind of startups that they are looking into. And then third, we should approach the investors through their network. A warm introduction would have a higher conversion ratio to maybe 50 to 60% if you approach the investors through the networks of incubators and the other startup ecosystem enablers. However, I would still suggest you that you can avoid going through the agents, and there are some people in the market who promise funding
and connection to the investors, because sometimes instead of doing good, they might do harm. So make sure before engaging with any kind of such agents, and then fourth, be very, very crisp and always be ready with an elevator pitch. Like you should be, I mean, if I ask you in how to explain your product and what problem, instead of giving me too much technical details, which most of the investors won't understand, you should be very ready to explain them in a language, what is the need of the market, why you have created, and how you will scale it up. So the more we understand, one thing we should remember, the more we understand our product, and in the lesser words, we are able to describe it. So precision and brevity, so these things, the more you go deeper, simplify, you can explain your product with that much simplicity, so that any layman can understand. So VCs are not experts in all the technology. We don't have an expertise in every field possible. So you should be able to explain them in a language that they understand. So you should understand what they are looking for, what kind of startups. Like as a VC, I have just one interest, that I want to invest into a company which can give me a return. So if you are able to convey that, how your company can give me a return, I am more than happy. And if you have such kind of moat, then instead of you guys running after VCs, VCs will come running after you with their checks, and then you can pick and choose, and you can say no to VCs. Feel free, saying no to VC, and feel free to create a FOMO in the investors who are not able to invest into your company. Good luck.
Yeah, so I come. Really attracts us. I think like the way we do a lot of diligence. In fact, if you send me your company name, I will have literally everything about you. What is your first startup? How many companies you're director with? This data I will get in just 1 minute. And I should be able to say that this is a great company because of the founder. Is founder solving the real problem, or founder is obsessed with something because he believes in it, but there's no real problem, right? The problem to an extent that it should be like as a total addressable market. Second is the founder done a homework before they reached out to me, right? Does the founder really know about me? Because if the founder knows about me, then the message in LinkedIn that I'll get, and between you and me, all my messages, whether on LinkedIn, I get at least 50 messages on a daily basis on LinkedIn, all are actually addressed. We may not invest into any one of them out of 50, but they are all addressed. But what gets really attracted to me, have they really understood what we look for in the founder, and what is the value addition they're looking for? If somebody says that I am looking only for money, and I am going to become a unicorn because you give me money and I'm going to give you a return, I think gone are those days, guys. We are not at 2010. Right? We are at 2026. We know precisely what will work and what will not work because we're on the other side of your thing. Of course, we want to align with you, and that's exactly why we are here. But we really have a great understanding of the market. We have the great understanding of your potential. Sometimes you may not know of potential of your product because the minimum viable product to a PMF journey is something that you may not have actually a great understanding, but seeing businesses in the sector, right? We have where you will be after first milestone, which is regulatory milestone. What are the hurdles that you will face in Cisco? What is your go-to-market for US FDA? A lot of startups came to me saying that, sir, we have raised like $2 million and we are going to go for US FDA approval without even doing their homework in Cisco. And why not Cisco? Because Cisco valuations will not jump up. Have you built the business for valuation, or have you built a business to solve a problem? Now, it's very clear put off for me, because if you're saying that, sir, I'm going to put my energies in taking a US FDA approval, and you know how much US market technically lateral entries are so difficult, right? If you think you're going to get to US FDA approval, all that in just 1 year, means you've not done your homework. Why should I be taking a punt on you? If you do not know your subject well. The whole idea of we investing in you because you understand that subject better than I. Otherwise, why should I be investing? I can build it on my own, right? So if these are the big put-offs, and but definitely everybody gets to hear from us, and there is a timeline, and we definitely have a form which everybody fills in. But the ones which are taken forward, where we feel convinced that because of their technical know-how and topping up with our intellectual and our funding know-how, we will actually be able to synergize and create a better value and mitigate all the risks possible, so that the journey to real scale is higher. And that's what Vibhuti said, that we are not investing for charity. Our KPI and key performance indicator is not how many startups have we funded, right? Guys, 80% of the startups in India in healthcare, at least across healthcare elements, have not been able to raise next round of money. They may have raised 50 lakhs of grant. What next? Because they were never to be meant to be a startup, right? And yesterday I was at very interesting seminar, where founders came and they said that, we are looking to, we have a startup and we are looking to raise funding. Most of these startups were not even called startups. They were service-based startups. There was no technology mode, nothing. So you need to do a lot of homework before you approach somebody, because you need one, yes. How many of you need 5 checks at one time? Tell me, how many of you need 5 checks? Right? You're looking to raise, let's say, a $1 million, you just need 1 check. But have you done your homework to get to the right guy? I think that also gives us a confidence that you are a person who can actually execute, because ideas are many, but execution is the key for a startup. And if you do not know and you don't have the DNA of execution, you're not going to get there. So I think this is the broad parameters, the key performance indicators that we look at when we look at investing into startups, especially in healthcare, because we know healthcare, not everything is going to work. We definitely know in India, right?
So while my colleague has covered more from institution point of view, I will give you a cheat sheet from an angel investor perspective. So if you're looking for investment from an angel investor, I think what impress them is homework. So use AI, right? AI will give you very good thesis about that person, what kind of investment he did, who is their peer, etc., etc. So I tell you my personal experience. Someone reached out to me over LinkedIn by a very personalized message mentioning that, Anuj, I have came across your professional journey, etc., etc. I am running a business which is basically covering these aspects, which links to your ideology. In terms of your professional network, I have seen you have connected to these kind of funds. I have get money, they are my lead investor. Would you be interested to talk? And that grabs my attention very quickly, that this guy has done some homework in terms of me, understanding me as an angel investor, and after that he put up who are my network, etc., etc. So that draws my interest. So very quickly, for angel investment, there are different approach. For institution, there is a different approach. But yes, from a check size point of view, personally, I invested from 1 lakh till 25 lakh. So, and every angel investor has their own different appetite. So kind of that are the few tips I want to give you when it comes to how to get interest for investment.
Well, I hope there's a scenario like Vibhuti said, that there are great biotech, medtech startups here and investors are running after them with checks. So, let's hope there's that kind of a scenario soon. So, before we conclude, if there are any questions from the audience, we would be happy to take them.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, I have written my question to be specific. It is about the data availability, as you said, Vibhuti ma'am. As AI begins to ingest its own previous outputs, as AI begins to ingest its own previous outputs, we are seeing the rise of data inbreeding.
So I'm not an AI expert, but still I would like to answer this question. So as I mentioned that, so in India we suffer from lack of good quality data, because the recording of data and the storing and with the correct annotations. So that's what. That's why we are not able to develop good quality AI solutions for the problems that we have, and India AI mission is working in that direction. The solution for this is that awareness. We have to, because data has to come from millions of people. So we have to guide the correct team and find the correct source of data, and have to ensure that there is no inbreeding, there is no duplication, there is no wrong, there is no misinterpretation in the data, because if we feed any kind of these errors, they will amplify. So if we tell, for example, if there is a growing child, and if we feed any kind of biases that, okay, this kind of color is good, considered good, or this kind of color is considered not good, so he will grow up thinking that this kind of color is good. And whenever, you know, somebody will ask that, for example, there was recently there were reports that you know, some kind of surnames in India, they were distinguished on the basis of caste. When you put a certain kind of surname, they will automatically link that kind of surname with certain kind of professions, even though that might not be correct. And certain kind of surnames they will associate with some kind of elite professions. So similarly, yes, as you mentioned, data authenticity is the biggest challenge that we have. Sitting in the AI Summit, we have to work. The policymakers, they have to ensure that those who are developing an India AI mission is also taking steps into that direction, that we get good quality data without any biases, without any misrepresentation. So I'll give you an example of this data representation, just 1 minute. So in India, we know that you know, prenatal gender identification is illegal. But if you feed that USD scan into any international model, it might tell you. So that model doesn't know that in India you're not supposed to tell the gender of the newborn baby, I mean not yet born baby, to the parents, because then they can decide whether to go ahead with the pregnancy or not, depending on the gender of the child. So we have to ensure these kind of regulatory compliances, depending on the countries, are in place, and the correct data. So we have to constantly iterate. So this is a continuous process. Not just having an AI model would help, but a good quality data set would definitely help. So I hope I've been able to.
Are there any other questions? We have a question from there.
Yeah, hi. So can you give me some example, what is the metric comes to raise a fund or not? And second question is that how these transitions being done, like about the money that is involved or the talent that involves? Yeah, I'm saying, what is exactly a mature time that comes when we need to raise the money, and what exactly you are looking for exactly scenario for the founders or as well as the team?
So, Vishal, Abhishek, who would like to take this question?
So guys, it depends upon your revenue model and business model, right? There are businesses which are service and cost plus models. You don't really need to raise money too early. But if you're a deep tech company, right? So the way you need to raise money is that there's a huge ecosystem available today, which is what we call as technology business incubation. Now, they are existing because they can actually validate your science problem, right? Because they've got expertise, they've got people from outside who can come and validate your problem. Now, if your problem is validated, and as I think Vibhuti mentioned that, you know, if you are referred to us through like an incubator, we know that it has passed certain checks, and they will also guide you that now this is a time where you have already been bootstrapped. So in our management language, we call it bootstrapping versus VC model. So if you're a bootstrapped company and now you're looking for a sort of a clinical validation, right? Now you need tons of money, right? Because clinical validation will not happen with just 1 crore, 2 crore. Now there you have to think that I have to go and raise money, right? And that's where you should be able to prepare a story story, and the story should be very simple. I think Abhishek did talk about it. It should be how large is the problem and why you think you are the best person to solve the problem, and don't think only solving for India, because when you build businesses in deep tech, you don't build businesses for deep tech for solving problems in India. It is actually for 8 billion people, right? So I think if that dimension is there, you will get people, and I think Vibhuti did talk about it, and I always say that, guys, good businesses, good startups, there is a race for all of us to invest into them. So be that magnet there, and we are able to spot. All of us are actually very adequately networked. If there is a good deal, we will compete, right? So make yourself so capable that, you know, all the fundamental checks around founder, team, advisory board, traction, risk mitigation. Now, risk mitigation is like 30 risk. And if you say, sir, I have not filed an IP, I'm a deep tech startup, and this happens to us, even at the stage where we are, people come to us that we are in an incubator, but we have not filed an IP. Now, to me, it's a red flag. Even if it's a great opportunity, I will not even look at you, because you don't even value your own IP. And what the heck you are? Why should we be investing in you? So please, see, so there are many aspects to be able to say, yes, you are now a fundable startup, and at some time, you know, you need to see that you are a fundable startup, but yet you are not able to get funding, right? So those are very different dimensions, but you can always choose to be bootstrapped and not give equity to somebody, or you can be VC able company and you decide that which company or which investor I want to work with. So I think there is enough which is happening in all the IITs today. Demo days are happening, and that's where even we build our pipeline of startups. So I think just engage with the network, engage with the ecosystem, and you will actually be able to actually find out when is the right time for you to raise investment. Because as I said, like your face is different, my face is different. Your business model is different, mine is different. So I think nobody can really precisely guide you, but it's all average mechanism. And I think as you are part of the ecosystem, you will be able to understand that when is the right time for you to raise investment based on your founding team, not just with the view of founder, but with the founding team. And I think you will probably be able to get the right answer. And at what valuation? The most important question is it 6 crore or 60 crore, right? Because if you raise at 6 crores, all the companies which have raised money at 6 crore in Bengaluru ecosystem between 2005 to 2010 literally lost 90% of equity to investors. Neither it created value for the investors, nor it created value for the founder. And founders started pivoting and started making another companies. So guys, even far more important is to raise money at the right valuation at the right time. So that's another element I want to leave thought with you. We can keep discussing on it, but it's a very, very important topic, because that defines the sustainability of a startup, and that defines the return on equity for the investor. Thank you.
Just want to add one point which he mentioned about the risk priority. When it comes to risk priority, what I've noticed that even like you will have 30 priorities always. What is best works for investor standpoint, when you making a risk priority order, you say that I am focusing on these 3 priorities because this is, I can mitigate with the capital I am generating or with the kind of setup I have available. I will do mitigation of other risk in the next set. So kind of phasing of those priorities, that's something which is liked by the investor. That gives a confidence that you are aware what your business operating risk, and you are making an order in terms of mitigating those risks. So that's something I want to add.
So one more last, maybe Abhishek would add something. So one thing, so you should raise only when you think you are raising. So and never raise in FOMO, I'm using this word again for the founders now, because you should never raise that, okay, this person is raising so much, my friend is raising, he got an investment of this much. So never raise the funding fearing that you will lose something if you're not raising. Raise, every startup has its own journey, so you raise as per your own requirement. Too early investment, as you already mentioned, that if you raise too early, the valuations are low and you end up diluting a large part of your company to the investors, and it is of no value to even you or the investors.
Sorry, there are more questions from the audience, but you can connect with the panelists after this.
Available on LinkedIn, guys.
Yeah. And We are looking forward to see India become a global biotech and medtech investment powerhouse, and I hope there were key takeaways for all startups and innovators from this panel discussion. Once again, thank you to BFI and HS Foundation, and also to our fantastic panelists. Thank you.
Hello, thank you panelists, thank you Ms. Shreya Malik. I request now Ashish sir from HS Foundation to please come and felicitate our guests. We just have a small token from BFI. I request all the panelists to stay near the dais. We'll have a group photo. जाइए जाइए. Showcasing their innovations in the LEDs around. Please do take a look at them. In the morning where 10 founders who are building AI and healthcare solutions pitched their solution to a jury that included folks from BFI, one individual from a venture firm, and a doctor as well. So it was a pretty inclusive jury. And we have the results of that pitch. I request people to please take their seats for a couple of minutes. We'll just announce the winners of the pitch session we had in the morning. के पास ही है. मैं आपको thank all the startups who pitched, and I realize that the startups are excited to meet with the investors. but I would like to announce that the winner for the pitch from today morning, Dr. Pooja, do you want to make the announcement? Okay, the winner was MedMarvel, represented by their founder, Ms. Rupal Mehta. I request our jury members, Dr. Pooja, Dr. Sanchita, to please do the honors. We have a small gift for our winner. Well, it's a Mac Mini. It's a Mac Mini. So yeah, the others can be jealous. Thank you. Dr. Ram, is Dr. Ram around? Girish ji, please join us on the dais. I also request Faraz to please join us on the dais. Dr. Gaurav. Dr. Gaurav. They're done, right? They're done recording. They're done recording. I saw that. The winner of the morning pitch. And that completes the congratulations to MedMarvel. And thank you again to all of the startups who made time, came here and talked about their technology. And okay, officially time to end the day, I suppose, but no. We have 8 startups who will be showcasing their technologies in the LEDs that are around. Please do stay around, interact with them, and the team will also be around till evening. So, looking forward to it. Thank you.
का जो